Okay. Everyone can blame Eat My Laser. I ate his laser. It was horrifying. Okay, now hold on. Did I get kicked out of here? Can you hear me over here? Wow, that did some damage. Can you hear me? No, I didn't. I was joined on my voice. Are you telling me you can't hear me through the stream? Okay, well, I can't hear chat. One sec. You can hear me through stream. Hold on. That did some damage. Eat My Laser, you did something to me. You killed me here. Oh my god. All right, hold on. So I need to stop this right here. This needs to go away. All right. Sorry, we just kind of blew up and things are not working. Where'd my chat room go? Oh, there it is. Okay. So chat is there. I didn't blow up my own machine. You can blame Eat My Laser for this one. I didn't take that as an aggressive name until he attacked my machine. All right. Let's try this again. Okay. So there's that. Well, we were doing okay, and then Eat My Laser kind of gave me a file that destroyed everything. Close window. Relaunch Discord. It just did, and it's still the same thing. Close window. Discord is closed. Right? Now when I turn it back on, see, it's still, this is still frozen. Okay, so where's Task Manager? Discord, kill you. All right, so now when I go back to Discord, okay. You completely blew up Discord. You blew up everything. Okay, Twitch streaming.
There he is.
Okay.
Welcome back.
Okay. We're gonna load these little ones first. Look at this. 280 million polys. I see how you are.
Well, laser is
apologetic.
Right now. You've got. Huh? Oh wow.
Okay. Hold on. We're saving. Oh no, don't save. No. No. We need... Okay, here we go. He's going to kill my machine again.
Just don't load it yet, because you've got Sergio to get through.
No,
first.
you don't understand. It's already loaded.
Yeah.
It's okay. It'll just take a second. I know I make for incredibly compelling streaming. I don't know how I'm not. I'm telling you, I'm going to be a streaming star. Oh my God. Absurdity at its finest. Oh. I love my mom. She's like Lee. You know, it doesn't matter. Whenever I'm online or on a call, she'll call. Or it's Bailey's time.
They know.
They do, I think. No, not 2 million polys. 200 million polys.
Is that how big the file is, Laser?
Yeah, it's 260 million polys.
Woof.
Well, to be fair, I had 100 million polys open in one subtool. That's over 25 subtools or something. But not on this machine. How do we get a realistic update of when Elon's going to give me my internet?
So you can do this from your big computer.
Yeah.
I think the realistic update is 6 months.
Why do you say that?
Because when you sign up to buy Starlink right now, it will tell you about how many months they plan to have service in your area. Like for me, it's right now. For you, it says 6 months.
I hate you.
But I mean, I have a dozen other options for internet. Starlink is the least.
I know. So why the hell have they given it to you? You're like in the middle of an area. The whole point is people like me that they need to support. Call Starlink and get that sorted out.
Okay, I'll do it. I'll write him a really nasty letter.
I think you know someone at Starlink.
I mean, I'm sure I do.
Aren't you supposed to be helpful?
I am extremely helpful. I'll write him a really nasty letter, and I think maybe a T or an R. Which one of those two letters?
How about a G?
Nope. Okay, G.
Oh yeah, Control Alt Delete. Well, no, I don't want to end the process.
Yeah, we want to wait for the program.
Yeah, there are reasons. So how about those Mets? Okay, first thing we need to do is come into Preferences, go to Quick Save, and turn minimum duration to like 600 minutes. This way it'll only save when I want it to save. I guess I could just turn Quick Save off too, couldn't I? Okay. No, here, look. This is... Should I even have switched over? No, I should not have. I was going to be clever and show you how many polys it is, but I really am kind of dim, aren't I?
I'd never say something out like that while you're streaming.
So dumb. Okay. 204 million polys. Okay, so now we need to go back to someone we can actually look at their model. Eat My Laser's bound and determined to like totally blow up my machine.
Yeah, I think I forgot to tell you that you probably shouldn't load these two models at once.
Yeah, no, no. I have a bunch of other models on here, so we'll get back. We're coming back to you.
Okay, I will mute you.
All right,
Thank you.
of course. All right. Okay, so now off with the paint, and let's look at your
Is
model.
this Sergio?
Yeah, I think so, isn't it?
Okay.
Is he here?
I don't know. I just know the file names. Sergio, are you here? If so, sign off in chat. Let me know.
No, no. It's Eat My Lasers, the space scooter motorcycle thingy-mabob. I like his shaven in pattern as well. That's very nice. I was going to say his ears don't blend in, but they're separate parts, so you're right, they don't. No, he's a lot of fun. He's interesting. Stylistically speaking, you know, the body looks okay. Your feet are little Lego lumpies. I'm just assuming you haven't gotten to the feet. Because your body's okay. I mean, you know, this is that weird thing where things are stylized. So, you know, do you really go into persnickety anatomy stuff? And that's where, like, it's hard to go into like anatomy stuff like, well, you know, actually the arms don't just go straight up into here.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, hey, what's up?
Hey. So
Is this your model?
Yeah.
Awesome.
right on. So, you know, stylistically speaking, he's a lot of fun. The only anatomy thing I see, and once again, this is with stylized characters, it's,
Yeah.
you know, it's so much of a, well, that's what I meant to do sort of thing. You know, the shoulders are out here, where the shoulders actually ride in a little bit more, and, you know, this comes in a little more, so it's not just a straight hinge to here. The hinge is actually up in here. But, you know, it looks like, you know, my time in London, you have like junkie punks who have like waistlines this big, but they do push-ups and other like wing dingery just because they're high all the time. And so, you know, you have these guys who have like 28-inch waistlines who have shoulders that are this wide. So this is a very particular character to me. I know this person actually. And so, you know, I like the profile's good. It's just, I think that the hinge of the shoulder is like, this is a straight line, and it's not really like that. The hinge is in here, and then the deltoid comes out and fills that, which makes this intersection a little bit farther over here. But the silhouette's fun and interesting in character. So, you know, that's what I'm saying, where it's like, well, I mean, we could talk about anatomy, but I don't know that that is not you making a stylized character, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I mean, I was not thinking about all the things that you said that make sense, but yeah, I think,
Yeah.
it was super stylized. Yeah.
And so the only thing I would say is, because you've done it in the front, make sure you do it in the back. And see your, I said deltoid, I have deltoid on the brain. Your lats, see how they come in here? Because in the front, you've kind of carried all this stuff out and over. See, you've brought the pec out to where it should be in relationship to the delt. So this hanging in space, like it's hanging off shelves, fine, stylistically. But if you're going to do it in the back as well. And so you did it like normal anatomy in the back. So, make sure that these
They're the same, yeah.
are coming over the same way, and that is coming up and under a little more. So you see that airspace right there? That doesn't exist. You know what I mean? So if you're going to make it that stylized as a decision, not as an accident, right? You're like, okay, that's what I want. Yeah. Just make sure to carry it over in the back with the anatomy and just pinch that up and in so those touch, and that becomes that meaty intersection,
All right, yeah.
And that's the only thing that bothers me about that being spread out is you have airspace here, and there's no human that has airspace right there.
Yeah.
But your anatomy, stylistically, it is stylized. You stay with your stylization, but your anatomy is actually pretty good. The things are in the right place. Your hands are a little lumpy, and I mean, it looks like this has been Dynamesh, so you obviously have not come in here and tuned this up, but your hands are a little pillowy.
I did a very quick body blocking, I guess.
Yeah, so I'm not going to ride you about hands that aren't detailed. And obviously, you didn't do anything with the feet. You pulled those into shape and just moved on. So,
even the legs. The legs are terrible, too.
Yeah. But, your wrinkles are at least conscientious. Something is happening here, and you're thinking about what's going on. So it looks like, you spent a lot of time here with the character, and then you started to work down, and that's about as far as you got, Yeah. But, no, all in all, he's a lot of fun. It's a good character. He's funny. Like I said, I know this person. It was like Sampa 15 years ago. No. Sampa would be like, dude, why you say that? Also, your deltoids dive a little quickly, especially in this position. It's actually extending out. You're not getting that separation. So as it opens, that it's not just quite a curve there. But once again, this is stylized, and those are simple shapes. So that, that's the problem with critiquing stylized characters, because that's always that, well, that's what I wanted to look like. And you're like, okay, well, there it is, Right. But
no, I don't take it personal or anything. So just say what you have to say.
I think that especially in something that is stylized here, I would just make this a little bit steeper angle so you don't have this pit right here, because this is too thin. You know what I mean? If you're looking at the muscle structure, because this is crossing over, right? If we're looking at our bone, right? This is connecting down here. So it's not just diving in like that. Because what makes it dive in like that is that this is coming up. So it's literally pulling this up, and then this muscle is flexing. So you get that, extreme intersection there as it's inflection. So I think just getting that to be a slightly softer crossover so it doesn't, that muscle's flat. It's not flexing yet.
Yeah.
And that's just persnickety little stuff. But I think, I don't know what I did with you there. Yeah, you can see here that, you see what I mean? Like, oops, what's this? See how that's coming there? And you just have this really big and off to the back, and this becomes really tiny. So this whole thing's riding a little forward. I think you'll be happier if, and I'm doing this without clothes, so here, let's hide his shirt. So
you can turn off. I have the clothes in one,
yeah, we'll turn that off for a second. See from the side here, I think that also your clavicle sits behind your pecs. Right. What's going on here? Do I have a weird? No, X is on here. Let's use infinite depth X.
Yeah, one of my problems is that I never use actual references for anatomy.
Right.
So there's so many things that are just so messed up.
Because see, just by doing that, see how this pec muscle lengthens out there a little? And it makes it look a little less like just a flat board right there. Because your clavicle, right, is definitely behind your pec. And here, it was sitting in front of the pec. Come on. What happened? That's not the original. Did I lose subdivision levels? Wow, that was weird. I don't have any more undos. It must be RAM crashing and eating my...
Oh, your history, yeah.
Yeah. Damn it. So now you're eating Eat My Laser's laser. So just get these sort of in the right position, and it'll help just, you know, even being stylized, you do want sort of the silhouette to be a little bit more on task there. Right, see how he's there? Now, you know, even if someone's hunching forward, right, because he's standing too far, too straight up to be hunching his shoulders forward. But even if he's hunching his shoulders forward, it's not, these are pivoting from here, right? So it's not moving all this up and out. It's just moving this forward. So take a look at the silhouettes. I think that, it's so funny. I feel like such a pimp for these guys. But a book that I think would help you greatly is Anatomy for Sculptors. And it's why I like it is because for quick reference anatomy, you just can't get any better. Because it takes a couple of different people's techniques. Like a lot of this is Bridgman, like this kind of stuff. And I always recommend it Bridgman's books because it makes you think about the anatomy as blocking, right?
Yeah.
And for stylization, I think this is good because it's still it is correct anatomy,
Yeah.
but it's stylized, right? And the other thing,
changing the shapes of the basic blocking, you just stylize the actual blocking.
exactly. And it's learning to view these things in planes and layers. And so you can see that just very simply how quickly he did it. But what I really like about this book is that they do it on actual photographs instead of drawing where someone can say, oh, well, I want it to be that way.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. And you can see how this is diving up under the pec and, you know, and they do them with it all stretched out at the same time. And you get a really good reference on how the planes twist. And it breaks things up into really nice, simple, good shapes. And this, I think, is just for, it's really designed, or I think, I mean, if they didn't design this this way, well, kudos on them for being accidental. And that is, it's really designed to be a reference book you keep next to your desk. And you're like, oh, how does that muscle roll over? How does that, what are the base shapes of this happening? Like most people don't, and it's funny you did. These two muscles here that come off the lip, you know, a lot of people don't put those in. And, you know, like how the planes are intersecting with each other, I think that this is a really good thing. And especially for like someone like you who isn't really out there trying to learn anatomy, right? But you need just a fast reference to make sure that things are in the right place. I think it's a great book for that. And you just keep it next to your thing. You flip through it. You find like the little area you're looking for and boom, 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 boom. And you don't have to worry about it. So I would strongly suggest picking that. They have a PDF version of it as well. It's a good book. And I think it'll help you because you're doing pseudo-realistic stylized characters. So I'd like to see your anatomy at least. It doesn't have to look like real anatomy. You know, it could just be tubes and bubbles. That doesn't matter. But the human eye and our subconscious can identify when things are wrong. Because from the day we were born, we're looking at human anatomy. And your lizard brain's like, wait a minute, you know, what is that? So I think that it's a really powerful reference tool. And especially when, like I said, you're not out there really trying to learn, you know, you're not trying to be Steve Lord where you kick out like this beautiful heroic anatomy and you just do it. Sorry, standing on my keyboard wire there. I think it would help you a lot. Totally. And like I said, it's just a fast quickie reference tool. And no, I do not get paid by them. But I went through a lot of anatomy books recently, and I think that they found like 3 of my favorite anatomy reference people and jumbled it all together into one thing. And the fact they use photos as the base reference is really nice. But all in all, he's great. He's a lot of fun.
Cool. Thank you.
Do you have any questions?
No,
I mean, you don't have to have any. I don't feel under pressure there. What are your questions?
Like, oh no, I don't have any. I just wanted you to tell me like basic overview of it, I guess.
Yeah, I think like I said, the only thing that bothers me is that I can see this airspace right here. Yeah. And that's just not there, you know, because these muscles cross over. And so we've taken this very, I swear. Move. And just by dragging this to there. And now from the front, you don't see that airspace. So you see the lats in there. And that instantly says, no, I'm dragging this out here. I'm not just having arm hangers. Right?
Yeah, totally.
I think just... Actually, that's it there. Just bring in that bicep in a touch. Because once again, you know, these are intersecting up in here. Right? And just by connecting that there and bringing that there, I think it removes 90% of just that visual. Well, you're just hanging those arms. And sorry, I've been pushing this around and obviously muddling your geometry, your biology. Right. Yeah. But see how that, just bringing that over makes a huge difference in the back?
Yeah. Totally, yeah.
Yeah. No, he's great. He's a lot of fun.
Awesome. Thank you, man.
Very cool. Yeah.
Thank you.
Now, did you have something else? Was there something else with you?
I had like a drawing for reference.
Oh, okay.
Which is terrible anatomy in the drawing too, so...
You're like, you don't have to open that up. No, sorry, we're going there. Yeah, no, it's great. I love his moon boots. That's awesome.
Yeah, I designed those. I need to focus on them more in the ZBrush file.
No, he's great. And what's nice is you actually capture the character that you put down. So that's nice to see. You know what I mean? It's not like it looks completely different than what you drew. It's actually
I'm
very
pretty happy with the face at least.
yeah, no, without a doubt. And I mean, that's where you spent your time, obviously.
Yeah,
you know.
yeah.
No, I think you nailed it, especially looking at the drawing.
Thank you.
You know, it's a great rendition of it.
Cool.
Yep, no, you killed it. Looks great.
Thank you.
Of course.
Before you try to open up Laser's file and crash your computer again, the next thing is a render, and then it'll be on Laser.
And then I'm going to go delete everything else before we...
Exactly.
Oh my gosh, just there. Where'd it go? Oh, nice. I'm trying to... Are you here? Who is this? Sorry, Van?
Van, who I believe I saw earlier.
Hey, there you are. No, it looks great. What are these things? What do we have going on in here? So it's almost like a cherry blossom. And then swirls into floral. Or is it a bow? Is it supposed to be a bow? It's so funny. I see Cal Arts up there, and all I can think of is Cal Arts. It's a flower. Okay, the only thing I would say is if... Oops. Come on. All right. The only thing I would say is if you are using flowers... did I close that? No, it's right here. You hide. You're there. I would probably at least continue the fourth flower under and make it look like it's going under. So I don't think it's a bow that's sort of set up like that, right? Because you're going straight into the architectural swirls here. So put that other flower in and just make sure it's deep enough that it goes behind that, just so it appears to continue to be a flower, if that makes any sense at all. Because my brain was looking for the resolution there, and it looked like a flower, not a bow, but all this is sort of ribbony, and you can see it very clearly looks like a bow here, where if you had included... we'd be getting the reflection story that's just sitting behind that surface, if that makes any sense. And I probably, because you have something that is being dimensionally referenced, right, being the flowers, I think, so let's look at it from the side here. Right, we have our flower, the center. I would have it sit at a slight angle so it looks like it's going under this. And then this can sit here. But I think that I would either put a raised lip here or a step, right? It can be positive or negative. I'm not. Because what you have is this is a very clear frame. This is breaking the frame, right? Now we have this. Now this isn't going to be a real signet because you're going to wind up with these negative, weird shapes in it, right? Because if you were going to truly use it as a signet, like actually a ceiling signet, these would have to be, well, they would be negative or it's going to look funny, right? So this isn't going to be a ceiling signet. So I wouldn't worry too much about this, but I would give us like either a bevel. I think I would go stronger than a bevel. You could have a slight bevel, but have a step. And that way there's just one reflective surface here framing the R. Because this is a very strong frame. And then it just kind of goes into this flat. But it's sitting on top of your flower. So I definitely want the implication that something is going on there where this is crossing behind and this is sitting on top. And that could be really accentuated with just a little lump, a little bevel, a lump with a bevel, just something that's separating this edge from this frame. Because right now the frame is framing all of it, which means this stuff should interact with this a little differently or a little more clearly, right? So I would probably bring that out like, you know, a mill with a little hump there. Other than that, the frame's a nice shape. This incorporation is pretty seamless. It looks good. I just think I would do the flower where I can actually, because see, this is a flat reflective surface. So all we see is this ball down here. So I lose the concept of flower by it only being 3 petals. Or if you're going to make it more, I mean, you can make it more in the vein of a clover. So bring the ball to where it's touching. So we can't see up under it, right? Bring the ball where it's touching and then maybe do something in, you know, that vein where it's a slightly, where it's coming out more like a V. That might work. I just think I want to see something in that airspace because you have this rolling over this super nicely. So you're implying that this flower is interacting and breaking your frame, but it's broken the frame here. And then this is just sitting there and it's giving way to that center podium. Thank you, Byron. Yeah, the clover idea is not a horrible one because at least that way, you know, if you think about it as something that is touching the frame and then leaving the frame, you know, and that ties, you know, with that sort of coming up and out, these curves could make a little more sense coming from here. And then that way you have a complete shape that has closure. Where this is just coming out from behind it. How is that interacting with that? You've yanked a petal off of it. You know, where this is a pretty cohesive shape. And the directionality is pointing towards the center. Right. Your eye looks at what we point at. And with this big open space here, all that's doing is pointing at this ball not having a leaf attached to it. Or a petal, as it may be. Does that make any sense? Because, I mean, this is a pretty classical shape here, and it appears to be executed pretty clearly. Once again, this is where, when you're doing renderings, render one in a flat model shape. Or, I mean, submit your models. That's always better. Uh-uh. Um, well, Z tools are better only because we can actually rotate them around and actually, because sometimes a render shows me something and I'm like, well, I can't tell, if it's this or that. The models are always better. Sorry, this is about money. Henry, do you know if Venmo is by phone number or by name?
It's both.
Oh, okay. Well, she now has both. All right. So did that make sense? Cool. All right. So everyone's going to have to wait a second. And I'm going to delete everything. And we are going to open up a model that my machine is struggling horrible with. Uh-oh. Have we gotten to the point where it won't even open ZBrush now? Is it hiding?
It's already open. Is it open on the TV or something?
Uh-uh.
Is it hiding?
Do you see it?
No.
Neither do I. Is there a way right here where we
I mean, you're going to delete everything anyway. Just close it.
Yeah, true. True dat. Oh, that means we're going to have to sit here and wait for it to load again. All right. Expand. No. In task. Uh-oh. Did I kill everything again? Can you see me?
Yes?
No, everything just wigged out over here. Okay, let's try this again. Yeah, my recent file ate it completely. Okay, so now we need to go load tool. Download. All right. Okay, so the question is, should we open the one that needs help with hard surface modeling, or do we open this beast first?
Hello, Thomas.
Hello.
So, yeah, I think that is better to open the beast first.
Okay.
Because the other one is much better done.
Okay.
And there is still a work in progress, so
Sure.
there might be a better idea to just, get this over with.
All right.
So, yeah, let me get you some context about the actual model. I've made a course with YCFCG, some kind of Chinese company,
Sure.
and the idea was to replicate a concept that I've chosen with a higher amount of detail and the looks that they often makes people do.
Sure, of course.
So yeah, I have the concept here. I can actually show you this,
Yeah,
so you
that'd be
can
great.
compare with the model that is here. Should
Are
I
you
send
putting it on Discord? Yeah, Discord's fine.
or okay?
Put it in the general channel on Discord. Or Hub. Hub is fine.
Hub. Okay.
Yeah, go to
Both hub and general.
Okay.
So yeah, that's the model, the actual models, but the concept has a really low amount of detail in specific parts, especially on the bike. The bike it's okay. But
You
some
showed
parts
me the bike before when you first started this, right? I've seen the bike before.
Yeah, so I actually managed to finish the bike, and I think I'm getting pretty close to finish the character itself. I had some complications, but anyway, I'm just getting about to finish it.
Awesome.
So I've changed the bike quite a lot, actually, especially on the handle part, because there isn't information over
Sure.
there regarding this area. So a lot of stuff I have to create myself, you know.
Yeah.
And honestly, I would like some feedback about this. You know, I never tried to get this kind of high detailing in any model at all.
Sure.
Honestly, mostly I just use some kind of, you know, smart material or something automatic just to get it done.
Yeah.
That's my first time doing this thing by hand. And that's exactly why the high poly count, you know.
Right.
I'm
Oh,
the model.
honestly, we're just pretending to harass you about the high poly model content. Like I said, I have models that are much bigger than this, just not on this computer. This poor computer only has 16 gigs of RAM. It really struggles. All right, so first thing we're going to do is turn her off. Let's do this in parts. So
the bike is decimated, I think, but the model itself is not.
Okay.
I was doing the boards just before this critique session.
Okay, so we have...
It's fairly high.
Okay, there we go. Now let's turn off your paint. And let's look at this guy. All right. So the detail looks good. I mean, like just first glancing, right? Detail looks good. I would say though that, you know, you always hear me about talking about sculpting in layers and this and that and the other thing. Here's a prime example of where I think that very minimum layers could really punch some of this stuff. Because the problem with a lot of these grooves and stuff, once you render, like if it's for a rendering, you can get these dark, right? And they look like they're actually panels, but you got to remember that, especially if we're looking at the reference material. Where'd it go? Oh, Discord. There. Right. These aren't like sci-fi knurlies, right? These are panels that are riveted together. You can see the rivets around it. So there is overlap. Like right here, you can see that there's even a shadow sort of right here. Like this is sitting over that part where this transitions up and it looks like this is diving in behind that now. So I think something that would help you wrap your head around some of this detail, we're just going to grab a part. No. Okay. Whoa, what just happened there? Okay. Let's come into the bike and let's just grab a panel here. I want that. You're not going to give me that? Give me that. Okay. Nope. I got tap happy. Okay. Now I'm going to split hidden. And we're going to hide you, we're going to hide you. So I just want to work on this part. Okay. So I think that what will help you is if you start thinking about these things as what the implication is, right? You have these things that are pieced together and you know, these aren't, you know, you know what I mean? The difference between sci-fi and early, like a lot of people put these on like the parts of outfits and things like that. And they're not really separators. It's just a cool linear design, right? Where these are panels that are separated. And if you just pick a hierarchy and you go, okay, here I'm going to dynamesh this part just so we have, because this is decimated, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, the bike's decimated.
So I'm just going to dynamesh this part just so we have a little bit of geometry to play with. Okay. And now, boom, accept. Okay. So, isn't there, nah, whatever, I'm going to do it by hand. We're just going to quickly do it by hand. So everyone forgive my lack of machininess here because I'm doing this by hand. No, just switch. Like, now we're gonna go W. I'm gonna tap on this surface so it's 90 degrees to that. I'm just gonna pull this up a touch. And then I am going to come in here and I am going to,
Okay, just so I can show you, I've actually textured this bike. I made several changes compared to the concept, but I will make several variations of it, so it's just fine. You know, you can take a look at Discord on the general also.
Did I just?
So that way you can have a better idea of how I think it should be looking.
Sure.
Like once it's textured, you know.
Yeah. No, it looks great. I just think that if you take and give some of these, like this panel right here is a perfect example. If you take it and you give, hold on a minute, Q, and I'm just going to mask this one off, and we'll mask that one up. And I'm doing these a little stronger than I think they would be, but so as you can see from here, it just looks like, you know, we didn't change it that much. But do you notice how we're starting to get these reflective surfaces? And as you start to spin it around, there's just a slight, well, not with the big Q in the middle of it. There's just a slight surfacing there where it looks like it is panels, right? It looks like things that are, and I was sloppy, right? If this is done cleanly,
That's completely fine. I can understand what you mean.
yeah, you know, then these little panels make more sense. And I think that just by giving yourself a little bit of depth in those panels, that it's going to look like it's not just this drawn on cut in detail, it's going to look like a machine that's put together. And because there are so many of them, right? Because you're not actually running rivets on the seams of these, right? You're not actually trying to make it look like that. Where on the drawing it has rivets everywhere. Those rivets can start to get distracting, you know? So what I found is breaking things up into plane, because you can see here, you get a little bit of forced perspective there, and your brain picks that stuff up, even if it's subtle. And like that one other place that I saw that I thought was a perfect place for it is this right here. Here, let's take you. No, you're not going to give me that. Here we go again. I want you. Come on. Where if this were just, that's why that's acting weird. I don't have a sharp mask. and this works, in renderings as well. This stuff will obviously show up in renderings.
I see.
Uh,
I've managed to. I think that I managed to do that exactly what you said just now. On the other model, I just a tiny bit better. This panel thing, this whole panel thing.
yeah, where you just punch that in a touch. And
But-
once again, this is the decimated model, so you have obviously this would be cleaner in your.
But how would you go with the topology about this? Let's say I want to do this cleanly and I want to prepare it for texturing, make a low poly, etc. These tiny bevels would
Well, that'll
be
show.
that-
I mean, the decimation will take care of that. I mean, that tiny bevel isn't going to change your decimation at all. It'll retain that pretty clearly, because it's already putting that geometry in there for the cut, right? I mean, let's look at the geometry in here. Or, well, hold on, where? You have another line on this, don't you, somewhere? Yeah, here. Okay. So if we look at the amount of geometries needed to hold this cut in, right? Let's look right here. The amount of geometry that's needed to get both sides of that to be sharp cut ends is no more. All you're doing is taking that exact same geometry and applying it basically to one side, right? So it's not going to change your geometry count in any way, shape, or form. Because if you think about what decimation's doing, it's giving it the geometry, enough geometry to, where it needs it, it puts it, right? So the difference in this and this are nothing, right?
Yeah.
Because all you're doing is taking it, instead of doing this, you're sort of doing that, right? So just by opening that up and turning it into a step, we haven't changed the geometric needs any. So, I mean, let's just
Let's do it.
re-dynamesh or decimate this. Sorry, my nose is super itchy. Did it do it? 111. I said 150. Right here. Just to make sure. Divide it. Oh, no. That's why we're having a problem. I didn't separate it. Okay, we're going to take you. Nope. Take you. Split hidden. Divide. Just so we have enough geometry to go back down to 150. I mean, so right now we're going from 2.6 million. And you were at 110,000 on this one. And I just went to 150,000. So, I mean, that's, not dramatically different. And you'll see that it'll decimate it the same. And especially if it's clean, you're not going to have, because right now it has little knurls and bumps on that edge. If you did that at a high resolution where you just masked it off and just pushed it in just a touch, it's going to be a clean stretch surface. You're not going to have any problems with that.
I see.
And there we go. So if you look at the amount of geometry it had to put in here for that, like you said, that facet, I mean, it's no more geometry than is needed for that crease, right? So look at the mesh density there. And look at the mesh density there. Right, you're not changing your geometry needs at all.
I see. Yeah. Okay, I will definitely try that out and try to make some, some tiny bevels in each one of the surface.
Yeah, and it's not just the bevel. It's literally, because as we're looking down on this, right, you can see that has been, that's going into that. It's where they don't seat up perfectly. And see, like, even from, way back here, look at how clear that is, right? Because we have that little top edge up there, right? Can you see that?
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, look at how bright that reflective surface is. Where, let's look at this from the angle, right? I mean, I can get it. It's about there where you can really see it, you know, at this scale.
It's way better than just
Right.
drawing some sort of line between.
Yeah,
each
but
one
look how clear that division is, right? So,
Yeah.
you know, just think about how would the panels go on, right? Okay, this is the one that goes on, and then they put this one on and this one on, right? And just give them little steps in a logical direction, and it will because even when you're rendering, right? I mean, it is doing ray tracing and all that silliness, so you're getting those surfaces, right? You know, it's reflecting off that stuff, so it's going to show the same way it's going to show here, in the same way it would physically. And those little steps and bumps and ledges, not just, you know, Furio Tadashi. He does a lot of, he did the Bumblebee sculpt, and he does a lot of like robots and mechanical stuff.
Oh, yeah, another guy.
Yeah, Furio's awesome. And if you look at his stuff, he's really good about it. You know, looking at one of his models, it's like 1,100 million pieces. But he really has that down where he understands layers, right? And how surfaces reflect. He's not just cutting stuff in. It's like a socket that's sending under a plate. And, you know, if you're thinking about all this robot stuff, well, they have to be constructed, right? It's not just magic. And the things that have those little things are really the things that your subconscious identifies that recognizable vocabulary, right?
But
It's like it's associating with something it understands.
I see. A question that I often have about the subject is that often I see pretty much a lot of hard surface artists out there that adds this kind of really small pieces and details that just goes together and builds something bigger. But I think that when I see this, it looks, I don't know, dirty.
Yep, I
It
agree.
looks like a lot of information, at the actual piece.
Well, I think a lot of them lose. Well, what they do is they make their designs muddy because because let's face it, every time you look at a robot or a car or an airplane or well, okay, I say I know what I do. I'm always looking at the seams and how they connect and how it was put together. And that's what your subconscious is trying to break down when it's looking at a design. And it's just really tricky. Here, let's see if we can find a couple robots. So Furio does some spectacular stuff. And so you can see, I mean, look at, really, you're going to make me sign in? Ugh, you make me nuts. But see, like even here, look at how simple this head is, right? But you see that there are plates, like even in the shoulder here and around the neck, even on these, which are very, you see a lot of this stuff, right? This kind of overblown, platey sort of thing. But even when you get into this small stuff in here, look at how deep that looks, because that is literally, you're getting that shadow edge, right? Because it's literally physically something that's changing places. And he does a really good job of wrapping his head around what, excuse me, how are things assembling? What is actually happening? And he does a very good job of identifying some of that stuff, like here.
You will see on the other model, but I actually tried this out. I'm trying to, make the actual connections and trying to make a logical shape out of each one of the plates, armor plates, especially
Right.
the hard surface, But yeah, I'm just getting started into hard surface inside
Yeah, no,
ZBrush.
and I mean, this is beautiful. I'm just saying
Yeah.
that because, I mean, think about a dashboard or, this plate where it's the start button gas tanky plate, right? And
Yeah.
obviously it probably doesn't have a gas tank, but you know what I mean? But, chances are this is different materials, right? You probably have the aluminum or titanium or the metal, and then you have like a graphite plate sitting on top of it, and that's the decoration on top of the mechanics, right? Where these are lines that are cut in, but if you actually make it look like the different materials are literally plates, right? There would be a little bit of a lip right there because it's pressed on. What's holding what in? How is it being assembled? So just kind of wrap your head around that, and I think it's going to help a million times just punch some of this detail stuff here. Let's turn this all on. And, you can see there just that bright lip shows dramatically better than that lip. You can see that highlight edge, where here you're getting a highlight edge there and a highlight edge there. So it's not telling us a story of something being on top or fitting together, and it doesn't have to be dramatic, it can just be a little step, and these two might not do a step. These two might, no, you can't see my finger. These two might be on the same layer, and that one's just a touch lower, a touch higher, just,
Make some
yeah,
subtle difference between one another.
yeah. I think that's gonna, because all in all, I mean, it looks great. There's nothing. The design's nice. It has good flow. It has sort of that air whale feel. Like this looks, the eye, the lower jaw. It really has sort of this anthropomorphic feel to it, which is very nice. Your forms are clean and tight. I don't see anything that's really out of wonk. I do think that if these are your footrests, you're probably going to fry your feet off with these jets. But that's not your doing.
Actually, not the first person that told me this about the actual. This just because of the actual concept, I've
Oh, yeah,
tried
yeah.
to
No, I'm like, that's not your fault. You didn't put it there.
changes, since I saw this thing, I thought that it might be better just to add a horizontal, what's the name? A motor, a horizontal motor that pushes the bike frontward
Sure.
on the backside, and then these ones just pointing down and keep the thing hovering,
Right.
So I made this helmet separately also.
Yeah.
I think there is a piece that is actually bent over there. Yeah, but it's just a minor thing.
Yeah. But what's funny is,
helmet-
now see, this is actually a really good example. You built these two parts separately, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
look, it's riding a little higher here. It's a little lower here, right? You see how you get this interaction of things where, look at how much more dynamic just that edge is compared to this lip. Whoa. This looks like it's cut in. This looks like a panel that is sitting next to another panel. This is a perfect example of what I'm talking about, right? I mean, and look at it from back here, right? See how you get that highlight along that little curved edge there? And here, you can't even see it.
I see.
You see what I mean?
Yeah.
This is actually, look right here. You're never going to mistake this line right here for this line right here. Even back here. Because see, there's complex, very subtle, complex shading and reflection going on there. And that's what we're trying to get your mind to notice. And that's a perfect example of what I'm talking about. I mean, these, just look at how much, and let's turn paint on everybody. No, that's not what I wanted to do. I was trying to get everyone the same tone. And, these are dark so you can see them, but even if these were all the same tone, you'd notice that, right? And see, like, there's this little space here where this is coming over and that's going down. You can really punch some of that stuff. Let's take orb cracks here for a second. And even in heart, Oh, you have deformation layers. Here, I'm going to kill your layers.
I
Layers.
try to
Bake
work
off.
with layers, but honestly, they just don't work properly. I don't know.
Well,
I
I
try
mean,
to make a lot
they
of stuff
serve.
and
They
just don't work.
definitely have a point. You know, they have a usage. I only found one of them though. So, you know, and I'm being melodramatic, obviously. But right, see, those don't fit perfectly. But you come out here and look at how much more dynamic that is than that side,
I can see it. Really.
right? And it's not just cutting it deeper, it's giving, see how I gave it a little winky wonk there? You know, it's like a little shift. And then we're going to come here and what is like what is going on there?
It's just a matter of making the actual cuts a little bit stronger, trying
And
to make it a little bit deeper into the
Well,
actual.
and just give
So-
it a little bit of reflective surface. You can see all I'm doing is coming here and I'm pulling this edge up just a touch, pushing it over. The crack's not exactly perfect, but see now from here, see how we get that little reflection edge right there?
Yeah, I can see it.
And, you know, this is low poly, so it's messy. But even if we come in and try to, you know, pinch these together a touch to get them to homogenize, if you pinch them together, what it's doing is when those get together, it's pulling those edges up a little when it pinches. So now what you're doing is creating yet another reflective edge there. So you can see how it's it has like that little subtle brightness here. It's hard to tell with this low poly, but
Looks like a crack.
yeah,
I'm sorry.
and it should be cleaner, but you know, it's low poly model, so it's messy. But you know, you get these like subtle, and you can see that here you lose that reflection edge because it's actually stepping in that direction. Now, if this is really bright and you lose it here, but you get a little bright lip there, your brain understands that's a fall off, right?
I see.
So just getting those subtle little steps in, I think, is a big deal. And, you know, I get a lot of kickback from hard surface modelers who are like, well, that's not how it's going to be. And I'm like, well, yeah, if it's actually a machine tank, guess what? There is going to be, you know, a 0.5 millimeter to 1 millimeter crack there where they put plates together. I don't know if anyone's ever seen a tank, but, you know, these are big things being put together. They're not micrometer or micrometer, you know,
Fits
perfect.
together.
Yeah, I mean, they have overlaps and they're riveted, you know. It's like no one's going to machine a tank that close, you know. Airplanes have overlap. That's how they're getting that, you know. I mean, just look at any bent steel airplane. It's just pure sex. Or, you know, the 20s and 30s sheet metal Formula One cars that were just like the little silver torpedoes, you know. Those are really good examples of how paneling goes together. Look at, I wish I could remember the name of it. It's a French seaplane. And, you know, a lot of the American designs are very square. And hold on, let me see if I can find this thing. My friend has one of these, and I would spend a lot of time in the hangar taking pictures of this thing. French. What do you call it? I just said it. What's the word for water
Seaplane?
Thank you. I'm like, it's not water plane.
That's a submarine.
Let me see if I can find a picture of this thing. But it's in this vein. I mean, the French make these wacky, curvy airplanes. Do I have to put modern in here? I can't, no. It's too modern. always hard to find. But it looks like an Art Nouveau piece of art because where all the seams are, it's very reminiscent of, I mean, this is not a good picture. But see how nice and elegant some of these curves are? And on the French plane, this stuff is just, it's not just functional, it's aesthetically pleasing. I'll see if I can get him to send me pictures of it. But where it goes into the air intakes and stuff, everything's just seized together. And oh my gosh, it is such a sexy thing. Where a lot of planes are very, like that air vent would just be an air vent and then it'd slip out and then they'd have rivets on it. This thing comes in out and they bend it out and it curves. Oh, it's just, its intersections are so sexy.
I see.
I'll find out. I'll try to get him to send me pictures, because if you look at that World War I, early World War II sort of plane construction, you know, basically, I mean, look, who in the hell is going to design something like that? They didn't know what was going on. I mean, they had the things flying, but look, it's all squat and thick, and it has another plane on top of it, and you know, there's no modern aeronautics that are going to design anything like this. Right? They were just discovering the rules. And this is like one of my favorite times of aviation is that, I mean, look at that thing. What is that? That's crazy talk. Just goofy. No American designed that, I assure you. But I would do a little research into this time era of this time frame where that, you know, 1914, World War I, heading into early World War II, and just look at how they seamed these things together, and look at those intersections and where they decide to break the curves up and how and why. It's just, it's romantic, right? Because they were still, they were telling stories. There was still art tied to the designs because they weren't designing the most practical thing. You know, it's like the 30s in cars, you know, and especially America, they'd put 700 pounds of chrome on the thing. You know, it has a front scoop 3 feet tall. You know, it had nothing to do with anything that had anything to do with efficiency, you know, gas mileage, none of that. You know, you look at the Brits, they're building the Morgan, so it's just like this round tube. You know, it looks more like the race cars with little thin wheels, and we're building these land tanks with suicide doors. And, you know, if you look at that period where people are not thinking about the efficiency of the machines, but still are viewing them as aesthetics, right? Or the aesthetics of it, because now everything looks the same because, let's face it, an aerodynamic vehicle shaped like a little teardrop, right? You know, I mean, they all look the same because that's the most efficient wind tunneled thing. A wind tunnel is going to point you to the exact same shape, and that's going to be a teardrop, right? That's the perfect shape. And so we have taken the art out of a lot of these machine designs because we're turning them into efficiency machines as opposed to aesthetics. Like, who's going to put 200 pounds of wood on a station wagon? No one. No, that's not going to happen ever again. So if you look at some of that stuff, you'll see what I mean, that these seams are not, you know, no one's going in there with a hand grinder to make sure it seizes together, because it doesn't have to be. In fact, we need the airspace so it moves and touches on itself, you know. So I'd say this is a perfect example of being able to see the plane. See here, these hot spots, right? Where that's not the same surface. They're just not the same surface. And that is what sells joining planes.
I see. I will take a look at them. Really. Thank you.
Okay. And now let's look at her real quick. You can do it.
I guess I have to see the body also on the
Yeah. Okay.
really.
She don't need no stinking body. Come on. You can do it. See, once again, like the boots, right? Because you built these in separate pieces, these really are dividing lines, right? Like this is a perfect example of you did a good job here, right? You have that lip, that's great. These are steps. You know, the boots are going to read much more exciting because they actually appear to be, oh, her face, I turned that off. I was like, wow, Miss Floaty Head. There's something going on with the hips there. I think that I think her back should probably be in there. That got a little scoopy there. Let's turn off her clothes. Yeah. Actually, it's not super bad. The legs just going up into the torso too much. You're breaking this. Like this crease would probably be down here. Right, because this is a muscle right here. So this isn't just going to go up into that. But it's enclosed, so it doesn't matter. But it makes it look like the lower back's a little too close to the front here. Right, see, this is flattened out some. And I'm sure you just bent this, right? I mean, you just bent it up and then smoothed it out.
Yeah, I tried to maintain the shape while dealing with this kind of pose, but honestly, there's a lot of clipping happening over there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think that, honestly, I think everything's probably pretty close. I think probably what the issue is that is this decimated? No.
No,
Okay.
it's-
Here, the skin texture blew out my brush there. I think if you actually set someone down and looked at them, this would just happen a little farther up here, so it's not cutting into this, right? You know, this doesn't just go away when the leg comes up. So that means this crack actually kind of moves up here, moves a little forward because they're pinching actually up here, not back here. Does that make sense? And what that did is it put the leg too far into the torso, and it's just reading really thin here because the leg is pushed up a little. No, stop. That couldn't have been 600 minutes. I'm calling BS on you. Did we crash after I said that? Come on, stop. All right, we get to wait. Uh-oh, I lost my other chat. Oh, 64 gigs, you'd be able to run this without a problem. Do we have any questions while we're waiting?
Yeah, I'm actually kind of struggling to make the hard surface right now. No, in the most general way, you know, on the other model, you will be able to see it. I'm trying to just firstly dynamesh the thing, trying to get the overall blocking, trying to get everything as clean as possible, but it doesn't come out of dynamesh and goes to the ZRemesher one, you know.
Yeah, I
just can't manage to get a good topology and try to transfer this into the low poly version so I can texture and animate it.
Well, I never sculpt in Dynamesh unless there's certain things you have to do in Dynamesh, right? But then I'll instantly ZRemesh it and go back to my quad. So I would try to keep your base model under 700 polys, and then you can get 9 subdivision levels in, I think it's the 5 million poly range, 8 or 9 in that 5 million polys in that 8 or 9 subdivision level. And what that allows you to do, like, you wouldn't have this problem necessarily, because you could go all the way back down to your 500 poly model, move it, and there are fewer things where it'll crunch up and bend when you're that low. Then you just slide back up and boom, there you go. Do you see what I mean here? Your hip joint is too high, I think, is what's happening. Because as you can see here, you're still, like, this muscle is giving the crease that direction. I know this is a slightly different direction, but do you see what I mean? It's not cutting into this part up here. So you took the leg and went like this, right? And so that's cutting into the torso. They hinge, and so if you have that tube coming in, it makes it seem like the hinge is up here, where your joint's down here. This is muscle, this is coming in, and that's reacting to that muscle going in that direction. It's not coming up here and twisting like this. Does that make sense?
Yeah, completely.
Yeah, here's another example of it, right? See, this muscle isn't being infringed upon. It's coming down, it's creasing that way, and this surface is going that way. Boom. It happens farther up front, so it doesn't cut into that torso. So, once again, just, you see what I'm saying? It's actually all happening up here, not back here. And just by putting the crease there, see how she actually has a full glute. This muscle now makes sense. And that should be pointing at a slightly steeper angle and coming down a little more, you know. But now I just made that a little midget leg. That's not what it's supposed to look like, by the way. Come on, you bastard. Chug, 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 chug. There we go. No, I mean, she looks really good. The only problem is the hips. See, because she's not really thin here, but by moving this crack all the way back here, there's just not enough room for all those muscles and stuff to be there.
I see.
Right? See, you're coming back up in here, as opposed to remembering that this is actually pinching here, and this is that set of muscles. So, and I mean, all the clothes and stuff look great. You know, I mean, your textures are fun. They look good. I don't really see anything problematic there. Let's turn them on and just do one quick look. And then we'll close this and open the other one.
You probably should delete it so ZBrush don't, crash every 5 minutes.
Yeah, see here. That's what's making it look like there's nothing back here, because this is all kind of coming there. This is coming here, and then the intersection does that. So this is all just happening in the wrong place. See, I mean, look, if I just draw a line there where we kind of lose that, it doesn't look like it's so much, because the bottom of the pant is at the waistline. You see what I'm saying? So when you put the crack back here, you're actually bringing that whole leg up this direction. And that leg actually, that pant leg should be here. Right. I mean,
right.
Cargo pants don't ride up into your crotch.
Right.
Right. And you can see here how it's literally in the crotch crack, right? So these legs, right, there's that joint, those should be out here somewhere, right? You need to get them moving forward, because where you bent them, you just jammed the legs into the torso. And that's why this looks flat, because there's no reason, or there's no room for these muscles. There's no room for this to come around because your legs are jammed all the way back up in here. But everything else looks good. I mean,
all the corrections that you made, notes, and try to get some better shapes out of it.
yeah, no, I mean, you're killing it. It's just, the thing is that, just that one thing of where you bent the leg changed the proportion of the top leg. And that changed where all the pants and everything lie. And that's just the one, it's just my subconscious catching that. And I'm sure your subconscious was catching it too. You just labeling it's the issue.
You think I can do this kind of correction with the low poly version? It's all subdivided geometry, so you can just go to all low and then...
Yeah, move it around and then bring it back out, upload it. And, as long as you have enough subdivision levels from the low and the high, it'll retain all the detail. Like you could have sculpted on it, posed it, drop it all the way down to 700, move it around, bring it all the way back up, and you lose very little surface design or very little surface detail. So it really helps keep things where they should be, Okay, do you have any other questions about this piece before we go to the next one?
This one, no.
Okay, so
Actually, quite. Thank you.
delete all. It's going to take a half hour to delete it. Load tool.
This other one is just a work in progress. So I've just finished the actual arm, the right side thing. And as I said before, I'm kind of struggling. I've dynameshed everything regarding the hard surface.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm trying to just make it to the actual ZRemesher version, but I'm not actually being able to. No, I'm not doing this successfully.
Somebody's playing Cyberpunk, aren't they? Let's turn off paint and look at what we got. It was so funny. I got my new computer the other day, and one of the stress tests we did was turn on Cyberpunk with everything at high and ultimate. And
It crashed.
oh no, it ran it like a dream. It was crazy. That was what we were all surprised about. I mean, I have like everything turned on ultimate, and it didn't hiccup. The other thing, it's really great, like when they talk, because I've been doing it on the computer like this, right? When they talk on my machine that I was playing it on before, the head would say one thing, and then the body would do and then we're going over there. All that's in there. As you're running down the road, you can see reflections of the lights in their eyeballs. Oh my god, it's absurd. It's so cool.
I've taken a screenshot just yesterday of
So
actual eyebrow that just kept floating while the guy talked.
I love it. I it's so funny. Everyone's like all pissed off about it. I love that stuff. That just makes me laugh. I have no problems with that. So I think, so you're saying you're struggling with your hard surfaces, and I assume something like here, right? I mean, this intersection is problematic to me.
I tried to make some sort of Alita thing, but I can't get too much detail right now with the Dynamesh. My computer, the Dynamesh is at the max volume. It's 4096, I think, and I can actually manage to get more out of it.
Yeah, see.
I
just
don't even.
Well, the thing is this, is that Dynameshing gives you absolutely no control of your meshes. None. You have no control of your mesh. Where if you retain that quad model, right? Don't Dynamesh it. Sculpt on your quad model. Because you can't get a Dynamesh low poly enough to have enough subdivision levels where you can control your geometry. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
So everybody, this is something I fight with and struggle with people all the time. And that is Dynameshing is a specific tool, right? It's a fast Boolean tool. It's a fast remesh tool, right? Because you have a bunch of stretched out stuff. You swipe Dynamesh, boom, you got a homogenized mesh. But you have absolutely no control where that mesh goes. It meshes everything, right? Where with the quad model, I really can control where things go. And so build your base quad mesh and and let's take this arm, for example. You're going to do it all in one piece, okay? Let's come over here and let us turn symmetry off. I have no idea what I just did. Okay. So, I mean, how big's the average size here? 11,000. So those are tiny little pieces. And
Yeah, I separated everything because I think that I will actually rig this thing later.
Sure.
No, just some part of the arms stretching out, some plates going out, going inwards. And I thought it was just better to separate everything, you know.
yeah, sure. Nothing wrong with that. We are going to delete. No. Duplicate. I'm like, don't delete. Hide part. Delete hidden. Delete hidden. Let me hide you and hide you. Oh, it's still doing its thing. All right. We're going to hide everybody else. We are going to... Is there something else on there? No. Close holes. Delete higher. Close holes. I'm going to just quickly change the shape of this. So it's a little bit more in line with that shoulder. And then we're just going to trim this flat. Trim front. Let's get rid of that little lip right there. Okay. And so why I'm going through a lot of this, guys, everybody pay attention to this because this is something that almost everyone does, and that is they try to use Dynamesh as their base sculpting surface, and it's just poo. Stop doing it. So we have our guy here, right? It is solid. Let's planar. But see, even this simple, this is still 1,000 polygons, right? So I'm going to ZRemesh this. I don't think I really have any edges that I need to detect it. No, we'll just ZRemesh. Turn adaptive off. Set it. And I set it for about 10,000. You saw me, I just flicked it. I just want plenty of mesh. Now, if you're very clever, you can multiply by sevens and get a number that you can actually divide this up, knowing you're going to wind up with a 700 poly model. But we don't want me to do that. So I'm going to go half, and now I'm going to ZRemesh. Let's turn our lines on here. Now, you're not going to notice it too much with this because there are no holes and stuff. But if you're piercing a model, I just think you wind up with better ZRemeshes if you go to a high and then you half it back down. Because now it's only considering the geometry that's here. And we've gotten rid of some of the little soft persnickety stuff that if you go from the 11 million and you bring it down to 1,000 polys or even 1,000 polys, it's going to try to retain all of that little dinky winky hinky stuff And you often wind up with weird little intersections and stuff because it's trying to keep some detail, because ZRemesh is going to try to keep your detail, right?
Right.
So if you ZRemesh it to a higher number and then you go half and bring it back, it's now only considering this mesh. So as you go back, you actually get much cleaner meshes. So, especially for the more complicated forms. So now that's 650, right? But let's say that we know that you're going to be doing muscles in this upper arm area, right? And only the upper arm area. So here we can come in, go to Z Modeler, and I'm just going to throw a handful of extra geometry right here. And I think that's probably okay. And so now I'm going to divide this. And so now this little area is getting twice as much geometry as this is here, right? Because I've added that. It's dividing it by quads. These are smaller quads. So just by doing that, I've now put a substantially larger amount of geometry in the area that I know I'm going to be putting more detail in. So only here can you really control your, hold on, I don't need this to be 13 million polys. We'll just go down to,
you can change this stuff later, no?
well, you can, and this is how you do it. You would duplicate it, right? Lower your resolution, delete it, delete higher, change your base geometry, subdivide it back up, and project. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So that's how, if you found a place that you need to do it later, just drop it back to your base model, delete higher, duplicate it. You got to duplicate it because you need the original sculpt or the sculpt you want to project to it. And there's a plugin called So Much Monsters Joe's site's called So Much Monsters.
So much ZBrush.
So Much ZBrush. Thank you. And he has that as a one button push. It's a really good tool for remeshing. So now we come here, and now, you know, no, that is not what I was trying to do. Clay tubes. And, you know, here you can start, and I'm obviously just going to do a cheesy rendition of what you did. And I will almost never start by making these separate panels, right? I'm going to come in here and I'm just going to sculpt this to where I know I want it. Because this is allowing me to design it, right? I know I want something there. And I'm always just blocking out. Always just trying to get my shape and form going. So I want that to kind of do that. So even in hard surface, I still tend to start more organic, but that I'm a sculptor, not an engineer. So I'm trying to find my form. And here I'm starting to decide what's going over and under. Boop, boop, boop. That's coming out, but that needs to come out and be a hinge thing. I'm like, okay, well, now I need that to be a hingey thing. So I'm going to bring that from there to there. I'm going to bring that there. Let's make that higher. I want that to sort of have a sharp edge. Trim front. Doop. Spoop, boop. Right. And I'm going to come in here and start to futz with this, sculpt with it, da-da-da. Now, most people they're like, well, Tomas, I've sculpted at this high res and I can never get any of these surfaces to be smooth again, right? To be hard surface again.
Right.
Well, it's not that tough. Now, a lot of people also want to sculpt it once and think it's done, and that's never my experience. Right, and you can see that you're starting to get what I like about this, especially in something in this vein where it is organic, is that you're actually shooting for a bioorganic thing, right? You're looking for machines to represent biological functions, right? And
Right.
so, by loosely sculpting this, I get it to where I want it. I've got these fairly large steps in it. Okay, so now how do we start to go into a hard surface? I lower my res. I come in, excuse me, and I start to relax this mesh. Now you notice I'm doing this very softly down at this layer. But what I'm doing is I'm relaxing that base mesh and making the substructure smooth. So I don't view this part right here at this lower level. Don't think of it as smoothing. Think of it as homogenizing your base mesh, right? I want my base mesh to be nice, clean, and smooth with no distortions. And you can see I'm kind of eliminating some of those layers and shell or steps, right? But this is a really low level. So when I'm in here doing this, and smoothing all this out, relaxing this base mesh, getting it, all that little chatter out of the surface. And once again, at this level, you want to be really careful, because if you come in heavy-handed, you're just going to wipe everything out. I'm not trying to change the position. I'm trying to relax the mesh. And I'm just doing a very, very light stroke over. High res. So now we can see, I come in, and you notice I'm not going over my seams, right? I'm trying to be careful at this point. And like that, knock that out. I want that to be smoother. I'm not going over my seam. Make my brush bigger because this is a large swath of texture I want to be smooth. Higher res. Right, and so now we've got these surfaces getting smoother and more hard surfacey. Higher res. I'm going to do it one more time. And now I'm smoothing the surface. But you notice I can smooth over that intersection. I'm not really losing the step now, right? So now this is the smoothing stage, right? I'm just trying to get these humps out of the surface. And like right here, even with, oh, I don't have smooth stronger on. That explains a lot. Okay, like that should be smoothing that much more effectively. But, I've come around this corner and see I have these waves. And this is what everyone's talking about. I can never get rid of that. Of course you can. Just go down 2 steps and smooth that out. Back up, higher res, and you just tippy tap back and forth between these, and now you have your layers. You have, okay, you spend more time, you smooth that out. But now you have these things where they're overlapping and where it's happening. This is where I just come back in with twist. No, twist. And this is where I'm determining what's going over and under. And you can be much more right? So that's probably going to be under that. That's going to come over that. So this is coming under that. So I'm determining my order now, right? By which direction I'm pulling the twist. Okay. So now I've kind of made my decisions about where things are going. I come back in with as clay fill. Where it's going over, I hold down Alt and I knock down that little reflective surface. I come back in with normal and get that. That's going behind that. So I just hold down Alt to get rid of that lip, but that's there. That's there. Now, of course, I'm doing this quickly, you know. Over, under. Get these things where I want them, and then SK trim polish, come back over. And SK trim polish holds your edges. It like doesn't roll over the edge. So it's a really nice way of coming back in, getting a really nice crisp flat surface. Get these things sort of positioned where you want them. And a lot of the times I'll just come in, boom, turn off lines, mask, Control W, get rid of that part. Come on. Control W. Control W. W. Control W. Get out your parts. New folder. Label your folders. You do a good job of labeling your folders. I am the master of telling people to label their folders and turning around and not doing it. New folder.
This one I was actually more careful about the naming convention. So.
And now group split. And then here you can come back in. Oh, what happened? Oh, it went to my lowest. Yeah, okay. You might need to edge loop those so they don't do that. Break them out, right? I forgot that part because it goes. Hold on, let's do that. Oh no. Hold on, undo. Which do any of these have the original part in it? You have to delete lower before you do that. Because see what it did? It went all the way back down to the 700. And that's why it did this. I didn't delete lower. You split it in half. And then you can use dynamic, thicken them. And now you have all your panels and parts that you can play with. But that way you're at least starting with something that you can go in, play. You can pose, you can bend it, you can move it. Break them out if you want to. Split them to parts. You can get your edges really nice and clean, lay them back together, and then just merge them back together. Did that make sense? Sorry, I blew it there at the end.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think I understand.
Yeah. I was just
Definitely try this out.
trying to do this quickly and delete all. Okie dokie. But no, I don't, I mean, like, it's, you know, what you're doing is looking for, you know, it's not bad by any means. Oh, you had the arm poly grouped, of course you did. And I'm over there masking. Dork. But, you know, I'm not seeing anything that's really...
The anatomy looks okay.
The pelvic mound's a little proud. This muscle's a little soft. Here. Right. This is a little proud. It knocks back a little bit before the mound happens. I think you can punch that separation there a little. Knees look good. This is wrong. This probably looks a wee bit more like that, but, and I know this is stylized, so you're not actually putting calf muscles in, but you know, the anatomy's pretty real, so the lower legs actually shifted back some. Like that's a little bit more the correct silhouette. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
And you were just looking at the curve, but once again, by pushing that joint to where it's not happening, gives you a very big, it really makes these joints thin. And you did it on the arms and you did it here. But, hold on, let me, right. You see what I mean? This is, you know, your anatomy's not bad. It's just this is a scoop here and then the calf muscle goes out. And if you just bring that scoop in and try to figure out on that tendon set, you know, you're excluding this set of tendons here. Because these, once again, oops, these are inserting up here, right? So it doesn't get thin right here.
I see. Okay.
Because from the front it looks great. It kind of looks like you were sculpting detail in, so you kept pushing this back by sculpting the detail in maybe. And so you, but you can see the back, the leg's just not in line. Because the knee's proud. And so this stuff is up here. And the calf doesn't start that high really. It's, you know, the shape is sort of like that. Right. So by bringing the calf up higher, you make this look thinner too. Oh, it looks great. I just think that for hard surfacing, these wind up being too soft. And what you've done is you've drawn these huge lines in, right? You know, I mean, what's going on there? Well, it should be, you know, that's not convincing because, come on. Why are you not selecting? All, oh, there it goes. I'm like, what are you doing? You know, it's kind of, you've sort of got the sculpting going and then you sort of forgot what's happening, right? You just, there's so much space in there because it's a drawn line. And you can see how just pinching those edges together. Where's Lazy Nizumi? Where's my preset toolbar? Do you see it anywhere? There it is. I like how you have to turn it off and then turn it on. Control 1. You're not going to do that? Control 1. Did it hook? No. Yeah. Oh my god. This update is a little weird with Control 1. Well, you're not giving me 3 seconds, you jerk. Okay. 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 There. Jesus. That's a pain in the butt. All right. And you know, this is where something like Lazy Nizumi can really help. Because when you're trying to get things circular and get them right, it's really easy.
Whoa.
And then you come to here and you're like, okay, I want this to be at that angle. So I think Lazy Nizumi might help you some. Right. You can just come in and hold on, control, move it around. I want it there. I'm going to change this to that. And once again, this isn't, you know, it's a low poly model, but the other nice thing about it is that it has these curve tools so you can where's my, there it is. So if you want a real specific nice curve, you have like a French curve tool here. And then get your clay fill. Just bring it up there. Pinch. And you know what's nice is if you you can rotate it, you can move it, you can change the curve. But that's another nice way of being able to do hard surface quick. Lazy Nizumi kills it because it'll let you come in and really tune things up and make them sharp in clean lines without the lumping up.
That would help the actual ZRemesher to do its job, trying to, you know.
Mm-hmm. Without a doubt. Because you're defining, especially if you come, like if you know you're going to ZRemesh the part, if you come in and you pinch that edge, right? That's really melodramatic, sorry. You're loading geometry to that edge. And when you ZRemesh it, come on. Show me my lines. When you ZRemesh it, see how it followed that curve that I pinched? Because you're loading the geometry there, so it's going to take into consideration that edge. And now let's melodramatically pinch this together. Right. I pinch the hajibas out of that. Detect edges, ZRemesh. And do you see how it really tried to retain? See how the mesh started flowing with that pinch?
Let's see. Is it possible to get a perfect flow? I mean, if you can get from one side to another with a perfect loop, you know, trying to get a good low poly out of this.
Oh yeah. I mean, it just takes sitting there and futzing with it, you know. You mean, can you get it to be like a sharp edge and then that's the... I can never get it. And I think, okay, so there's a setting in the thing that tells you what angle that it's trying to look at of what an edge is. And if you can slide that around, and I'm not exactly sure where it is. Where ZRemeshers, geometry, ZRemesh. It's not a, it might be curve strength. Well, I mean, you can always use poly paint. If you paint it, it's going to detect those edges as it's going to use those as guide edges when it ZRemeshes, and then ZRemeshing that way also is another really good way of controlling your geometry. Let's go to red. Nope. Undo.
In this case, you would use the poly paint as a poly group and then use the two
ZRemesh.
groups on the ZRemesher, right?
Yeah. So let's say that you know that you're going to have filigree on this screw, right?
Right.
We're going to come here. Let's go to skin shading. That's fine. We're going to go color. We're going to go fill object. We're going to come here to red. We are going to then go to the paintbrush. And I'm going to come in here and paint this red. And now when I ZRemesh,
Oh, there's an option.
when we ZRemesh, I think, no, we have to go here and go use poly paint. And we go ZRemesh. And see how it put more geometry in there. So, and then there's another way you can put, I think it's orange, I don't know, you can put guidelines in and that sets the directionality of the remesh. I never do much of that, so that's that. So, I know this seems like we covered spent a lot of time on his models, but these are we covered a gambit of techniques here that I think were important to share with everyone. Yeah, and you can see that where that tried to intersect. And now, when you divide that up, you have a lot more geometry here than you do out there. And the other color is blue. So let's go back here real quick. So I want geometry there, but then if we come down here to blue and I paint blue in here, and we go ZRemesh, see how it has fewer polygons there, more polygons there. So blue is less polygons, red is more polygons, and white is its normal algorithm. So you can control where you have your geometry by painting it in when you ZRemesh.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, good stuff. Alrighty. I think just sitting there and futzing with that is going to help you. I mean, you're real close. Things are going well. I think you just, you get distracted by stuff and you don't pay attention to things like, oh, I've moved the whole back of the leg back and things like that. But once again, Anatomy, that's Anatomy for Sculptors book is a great book. And I think it'd help you with your basic forms. All right.
Okay, so thank you so much
Of
for your time, and sorry for almost exploding this PC.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't. We can blow up PCs. I do it every day. It doesn't bother me. I kill my machine all the time. It's never an issue.
Okay,
So
thank you so much.
Of course.
See you.
Indeed. All right. So are these the new ones here?
Yeah,
Holy
let's see
Hannah.
what files you've got.
Oh, a lot of these are pictures, huh?
They have an actual model they submitted,
Okay.
so the pictures are less important now.
Okay, so let's...
But yeah, all of those.
All right.
The ones you've done already, I put into that folder. So
Okay, cool. And we got all the ones out of the last folder, right? Because it was only the 3 models. Right?
I think so.
Hey, look.
I do a lot of organizing with the files, so I don't know how many were there at what time.
Right.
I move them around a lot.
No, that was a broad gambit of issues there, and I think that that covered some very basic issues that quite a few people have, especially the anatomy stuff.
I think that was an incredible learning experience for quite a few things, which is why I didn't hurry you up any sooner.
Yeah. No, I appreciate it. Yeah, I do happen to have an online course we can recommend. Well, and remember that the course the teaching platform that we have going is started up in jewelry because that's really where I come out of as far as ZBrush goes. But everything that I teach is ZBrush for manufacturing, right? So let's go to ArtStation just do a real quick jump to ArtStation. And so what you have to remember is that ZBrush is magic because I can make something this big or I can make it the size of a house. And so what we teach a lot about jewelry and jewelry techniques and jewelry history. But coming at the end of the year or early next year, we're going to start broadening out and doing furniture, how to think about doing parts for CNC milling, like this is a chair. I have lamps, tables, right? So everything I teach can be turned into an object. And towards the end of the year, we're going to have other sections that are like, okay, so you've made this ring. How do you turn it into a tabletop? And things like that. So what we teach is jewelry, or what we teach is ZBrush for manufacturing. So there's nothing that, like, everything I'm explaining here is exactly what I would explain about a piece of jewelry. I got yelled at by someone a few months ago where they were like, Tomas, you only ever say the same thing all the time. And I'm like, well, if you sculpted in layers and thought about the light, guess what? I wouldn't say that to you. So, you know, don't get weirded out by the jewelry thing. It really is useful skills that, you know, can be applied to anything. And during the crit sessions and the Q&A sessions, if you bring something that's a table, I'm not going to be like, no, this is jewelry workshop. So, you know, don't go, oh, well, I'll never make jewelry. Well, you might want to think about that. Just saying. Okay. Boom. Load tool. We need to come back here. Oh, I did it again, didn't I?
Gotta unzip it.
Yeah, exactly. Shoulders are not supposed to make that noise. Can anyone else do that? When you raise your shoulder blades, they crack like that? I assumed you all could hear that.
Not quite that loud.
So what that's telling me is if I didn't have $1,000 chair, I'd be a crippled right now. Because the chair makes me sit correctly.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, so are all
You
these
just need a firmware update.
I really need a firmware update. That's very, very true.
Why does it look like I have so many more files than you?
Hold on.
That was only 6.
No, that's more than 6. See, it's 6.
9. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
What happened? Did people upload since I refreshed to that refresh?
Oh, probably.
Okay, hold on. Let me.
But I mean, you can work through what you've got.
Okay.
Because obviously they'll be, in order.
Well, here, this. I'm loading from this page, so tell me if. Or. You know what I'm saying. Uh-oh. What happened? Was this a ZPR?
Oh yeah, Kevin. I asked a bunch of times in chat for that person to resubmit, and they did
Okay.
not respond. So
Well, we'll just put it to the end.
yep.
Okay, so that's oh yeah, I should have seen that.
Yeah, so there is one you're going to need sooner. Jacob Salazar, the one with the 3 JPEGs, he saved his spot in line,
That's fine.
but uploaded the ZTL, the actual model that we requested.
Later.
So
Okay.
you'll have to download it.
Okay, that's fine. We'll just go there and download it. Boop. Okay, so refresh. Oh, now I don't know which ones. Okay, here's Salazar.
So you should see makeup. I combined a bunch of names there in my head. Matt, Jacob, Alpha, and Faisal.
Matt, Jacob.
It's
Alpha,
it's the
and
top 4
Faisal.
in that list.
Okay, download.
Cool.
And remember, and remember which ones were the ZPR. That's 12. So we'll do a couple more hours?
Yeah.
Okay.
While those are downloading, does your course cover scaling and getting exact printing sizes? I still have trouble with scaling in ZBrush and how it translates to the real world.
Of course.
Fun to know that the problem that they're having is 2 clicks away, like literally 2 clicks away,
Yes.
and they'd have it solved.
So should I go over that?
If you want to do that while it's downloading, real quick.
All right. So basically, I guarantee you what your problem is this. If you're having problems with your scale translating out to other programs, well, first of all, just real quick, do you know how to set your scene scale and how to use scale in ZBrush?
Let's assume yes. You can click the sliders to subtool size button and just show.
Yeah.
It'll tell you millimeters.
So before you export, right, you go to 3D Print Hub to export. This is all you have to do. And this solves 99.999% of all translational scale issues. If you're set to the proper scale inside ZBrush, push this button. Update size ratios. Now, as you notice, he sculpted this, and this is less than a millimeter tall. So that's a good catch. You're like, okay, I wanted this to be 6 inches tall. You can go back and rescale it. You can rescale it right here, but I suggest going back and actually rescaling it inside ZBrush. So when this happens again and you send it out to print and you forgot to look at this button the last time, you won't screw it up. So you look at this and they're like, oh yes, this is exactly what I wanted to be. You hit it. And then what I would do is I hit it again, and then hit export. Most people don't even hit this button. So they would have worked on this. You come in here and you go export to STL, and you've just exported an STL that is under 1 millimeter. Let's say this is for a job and you're trying to do it quickly, and you know that this needs to be 120 millimeters tall, right? So on the y-axis, this needs to be 120 millimeters. Come in here, type in 120 millimeters, hit enter. No. On the y-axis, type in 1. What is going on there? Oh, my number locks aren't on. That's the problem. 120. Push enter. You notice everyone else's scales have readjusted, and now you do not push update size ratio because we just changed it. It updated the ratio. Now I'm changing the export size right here. And then you send export to SAL, send to preform. You have to update size ratios. Now here's the other thing that screws people. You've come in, you've set your update size ratios. Woohoo! All right. And then you come over here and you're looking through something and you're like, oh, well, I really want to see this tool. Okay, no, that's where I wanted it. Or, oh, here I sculpted a little line in it a little deeper. And now you come over here and you go export to the STL. Can you tell me what you did wrong? You didn't hit update size ratios. Because what has happened is you've changed your subtool. So now it is going to make this that's the pants. So now it is going to make the pants the reference subtool. And now it's going to be 120 millimeters. It's going to export everything to what that size reference is. So all you have to do, because you know you want it to be X tall based on the body, just make sure you go back to the subtool that was the 120, whatever one you did your base measurement on, right? And now you're back to it. But if you change subtools and don't update size ratio for the subtool, it's going to export the wrong size. If you don't push update size ratio, it's going to export the wrong size. Hit update size ratio. And I hit it like 3 or 4 times before I send things out, because that's the most important button there is in printing, update size ratio. So that's probably your problem. Okay. Pixologic crypt files, back out, number 4. No.
And now that you've finished downloading all that stuff, Kevin has uploaded the ZTL, so we can delete the ZPR.
Okay.
But you don't have it. It'd be on Dropbox.
Okay. Extract. All right, while that's happening, I'm just going to download it. Nope, damn it. No. You like how I say when that's happening as I do everything but it's done. Here it is. A download. Okay. So who was first? Wait, did we get everything downloaded? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No.
No, you did. You got it all.
No, there's only 5 pieces there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I don't think you added it all. You got the first.
Oh, right. That's what I meant. I didn't.
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe you're on Matt is the next one to add.
So we were here.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
3. No, you got all those.
Okay,
4.
we have the. Okay. So Matt is what we're missing.
Matt, Jacob, Alpha.
Matt.
And why isn't
Jacob.
Faisal? Oh,
Because
it's an
it's
STL. Yeah.
Oh, I missed that one. Okay, hold on. Okay, and then load tool. Was that Jacob? Yeah. And then, I have to go to ST. Oh, we have to go to import. Star. Come on. What do you do? Oh, there's something open. Oh, I do that all the time. I open the load window and then the load's not where I want it. So, oops. And then I cancel. When you import STL, go to a star because I just about imported this on top of his eyeballs. Wait. We have this ring, don't we? Didn't we already? We went over Faisal's piece.
Negative.
Look, this is Faisal's piece.
Oh, they resubmitted it about 30 minutes ago. Is it ring 02 low? Yeah, and they were just asking for a crit of their piece. We did, Faisal, we did yours already. Am I looking at the wrong?
Is it? Yeah.
Yeah,
Is this
that's
the
you.
piece?
So we did it first. I think it was first.
But what I'll do is we'll go over it really quick,
Well,
and then you can.
It's recorded.
Yeah, but I mean he's here, so I mean not right now. We'll go through the other ones, and then I'll just quickly. It's the first piece. You can't miss it. But he might have questions. Okay. We'll get you in. Is this the first one?
Jagdale Troll. I only know the file name.
We go hunt for a troll. Sorry. Is that a troll? No, that's.
I can
That looks like a troll.
What it looks like.
Is that a troll? Yeah,
Yeah, it looks like
Jagdale. That's a troll.
Cool.
Well, his hands have no fingers. No, I'm totally kidding. I know. Let's get everybody. Oh, let's paint it. Let's turn that off. I don't want to see paint. Now, are you planning on printing this, or is this a game asset, or a rendering?
If you're here, let us know.
I like the he has that like sort of that Warhammer facety thing down. It looks great. But I like how you bring a little bit more realism, like in the eyes and like this stuff, the ropes around the hair. It's nice. Because for printing, you're going to have to sculpt that hair. The only other thing I would say is when you're doing things like feathers and, you know, you're copying and pasting, that's cool. But come in and futz with each one just a touch. You know, just grab move and just shuffle on them a little. So they're not exactly the same. It's fine that they start the same, but you definitely don't want them to be the same. And I'm obviously not spending time on that, but just go up and down and change them just a touch. So look at the difference between the two sides from me just shuffling that around a little. Right. I think with the wood stuff looks great. Your anatomy breakout, like I said, where you're doing that sort of Warhammer chiseled feature, you got the technique down. It looks great. But I do like that you're breaking it and putting more realistic wrinkles in the eyes, because we're always looking at eyes, right? And so it's nice that you have given it a little bit more realistic detail in the eye area. Like your texture stuff here, really nice. You really got that technique down pat. Yeah, I mean, the only thing I really see that I would say change is muffle up your feathers. Maybe you make, 4 to 6 different versions of it and shuffle them in. Or just come back in and tap them around. Let's look at the paint. No, I like it. No, I'd say you really have this down. The only thing I might consider doing is right here is somehow make this blend here just a touch more, just so it does, because you have these nice hard surface things interrupting, and with this being a solo piece, right, you see it's sort of separated from the face. I would say just a touch too much, where it's reflecting more like a separate part. And just by doing that, it's tied to the face a little bit better, I think. Just get that to look, see how that's not reflecting as something that's completely separate from the face now. And I mean, you can come in here and punch that wrinkle a little more, but just, that's the only thing that I saw that's looking a little discontinuous. Yeah, that's looking good. That's beautiful. Looks really nice. No, you're killing this. And for people who do this, look at this. Now he actually punched the holes and threw the ring in there, but this is very convincing because, well, it's literal. But a lot of people don't get this. I think that you might want to just give this a little bit of moving room. Because let's face it, none of this stuff is going to fit that precise. And having that little bit of extra gap in the hole will make it look more like it has room to move and not pinch. Sorry, I moved your chisel line there. But Does that make sense? Because I'm assuming that's going to turn into something that goes over the shoulder. So when you raise the shoulder, those raise up with it. That's what I'm assuming. If it's supposed to be a tight, rigid, piece, then I can see it being that fitted. But I would definitely give it a little room. And, right now the weight is there. So give the little airspace down there. That's the right place for the weight there. So, and, when you get back here, it just gives you a little bit more moving room there, but that looks good. Yeah. Those are the only two things that I would say think about or work on, is getting this to feel a little bit more connected as opposed to just being something that's segregated out, and then give these a little bit of airspace and just have it where the pressure is. So you have a hole here and then you have a hole here. This is lifting up, so your ring would be sitting on this side of the hole, and it's lifting up, so it'd be sitting on this side of the hole, and the hole and where the ring sits in the open hole tells the tension story. So I just want to see a little more there, or would want to see a little more there. And if these are earrings, if these are piercings as opposed to things that are actually growing out of his ear, and with the troll it could be either, let's face it. Give me the same thing here. Give me just a little bit of directional weight. That's a little too much, but right, because look, you can see airspace in there, right? Uh-oh, I lost an earring. Where'd it go? Oh. I took it off because I was using the phone. But see, in this, you can see there's plenty of airspace with the weight. They do pull down on the ear, so give the ear a little bit of weight implied. But they're not coming out of the back, so those might not be piercings. Those might literally just be ear horns. But something to think about. I was like, I'm missing something there. No, beautiful. Those are the only few things I would think about. 2 thumbs up. Okay. Who's next?
Albert Isa, bioorganic design fish. Should be easy to find.
And his name's Albert. That's just wonderful.
Albert, are you here?
I can't tell you how many sculpts I've made very similar to this, and just doodling and making lumpy, weird, meaty things. Yeah, I used to do that a lot. See, Albert, I'm jealous. I'm not allowed to do this much anymore, because now I actually have to make things that are things that someone want to be married in, and there are only a handful of people who want to be married in biomechanical fish. I love it. It's great. It just makes me smile and laugh. I would say give these just a little bit of tension texture. And that'll help carry some of that through. See how that feels like it's a little bit more in that vocabulary. Henry, one day you're going to see more of this stuff out of me. Except with more intricate geometric patterns overlaid.
I feel like I see enough of it already,
You do.
but
Well, actually,
you know,
but not like real true biomechanical stuff. I don't do a lot of that anymore.
yeah. Well, mail me the drives. I'll find it.
You will. Hopefully, that's probably the 2 years I wiped out. Yeah, I think that just throwing a little bit of texture in there is going to, give you a little bit more. Hold on, let me see if I can get a little surface detail. Here, let's turn this upside down. Because this bakes in, no, best. It's not going to do it. But, I don't know. I just think a little contrasting texture there gives you sort of a return texture. These are going up, but these kind of half circling down bring you back into the part and looking. And I do think that you should explore SK Twist because it'll really allow you to kind of knurl some of this stuff out and get some really nice sharp. Oh, see, now I'm giving away my biomechanical secrets here. It'll allow you to come in and make some of these filament things.
Albert is here in chat, so
Oh, good.
Albert, if that is your name, I'm just assuming based on the file name. If you have any questions, comments, whatever, while he's doing your crit, let us know.
Did you hear what I had to say before?
That you're giving away your biomechanical secrets?
No, I'm asking if we were talking about this texture here. You know, just giving. See, the nice thing about changing up your surface textures is, so these are all pointing out, right? Right there. So our eye is being drawn out. Well, with these textures, you can get the eye coming back. It becomes a return. So think about some of that. And the other thing I would say is, I'm going to divide this one more time. I just want a little bit more geometry right here for this. Make the, oops, that's not where I was going with that. Make these actually go back and in. And if that means grabbing a ball and moving it around and reprojecting to the ball, make sure these sort of don't have separation lines here, but they have, you know, that it's actually cutting back and in the meat. And an easy way of doing that, append a star, W, turn it into a sphere, boop. And the reason I say use a ball is, turn transparency on, is, now I do this by hand most of the time, but there are definitely times that I go back, grab a ball, get it to the sphere size, a little bigger, slide it over, bring it up and out a little more. And why I say this is because when you're doing, okay, it's a smaller ball, sorry. When you're doing this, you can get it to where, oops, wrong button, come here, project. And this will make it you can make your sphere not perfect if you don't want. So this, you could be like, well, I don't want a perfect sphere. That's okay. You can change the shape of your sphere. because it's not the sphere shape we're doing this for. What we're doing it for is this right here. We're going to come back in, use project, and take that around. And you can see we need a little bit more resolution to make it good. But now when we hide the sphere, do you see how this, even if I come back in and smooth this down some, that sphere is definitely continuing under, because the meat meets where the sphere hits. Where when these are soft forms, it kind of does this, and this becomes slit, and it becomes this kind of wishy-washy intersection. If you have something like an eyeball or something like that, make sure that you really see it going in. And I think it'll clean some of this up and it'll look a little sharper and nice. And like I said, it doesn't have to be a perfect sphere. You can squish your ball to make it. But what that allows you to do is very quickly make these intersections just tight and beautiful and nice. Okay. But yeah, I would say think about anything that's going in, just make, and like I said, you don't need to use the ball. Once you develop your technique, you can get it to where no matter where it is. But I think you should play with SK Twist, because it really helps kind of come in and get some of these little knurly, formy, shapy things in. And you know, if you change direction, it goes the other side, and it's really good for a lot of this stuff. Right. It allows the sort of twisty intersections to become nice, clean, and sharp. And you may be looking for a softer look technique-wise, but if you're going to print this, you're going to want these things to be crisp so they read nice and clear. Right, you can see you can do all kinds of stuff with the twist. And I'm not saying these are changes you need to make. I'm just trying to show you how quickly the tool can come in and do some really cool stuff. But it's really good for stuff like out here, where let's say you're trying to get this to be membraney. You can really come in and futz with it. Good tool. Yeah, I would just get some texture on your flat planes. And now, I might not be the best person to ask for this, but I would say come in and get this stuff a little crisper, because I'm psychotically anal weird about my surfaces and edges. So I like sharp, crisp things because they read from far back. But that's absolutely wonderful. It's great. It was a lot of fun.
A question from them: could it be a piece of jewelry?
Sure. You know, you'd have to like reevaluate how it's hanging, right? You know, like let's say you wanted it to be a pendant. Well, obviously, you're going to have to flatten some of this down. But that's okay, because if you were going to make it a pendant, you know, take it, boom, nope, turn symmetry off. Boom, 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 boom. W, boom. And now I would probably do something like this. Yeah. Delete lower. No. There it is. Delete lower. Boom. Bend arc. I'd bend it this way a touch to get it away from the body. I would bend it this way a touch, get it away from the body. And so now you can see that everything's sort of hanging away from the body. And you're going to have to come by and make sure that, mask this off. And I would probably push this back a little bit more. I'm not being really careful, so we're going to wind up with some weird spots in there. But get this definitely pointed away from the body. And then I would probably take like snake hook. Oops, wrong one. And if you really wanted to keep this on the backside, I would kind of drag those down where they're penetrating the torso, right? And so that's, you know, that looks like it's still open and frilly, but by touching this, it's no longer a body or sweater trap. That hook is really not meant to be there.
I was about to say, except for that fish hook you made.
This is not supposed to be there. All right, everyone just understand that's not there. That was a bad call on my part. Here, we'll just inflate it. There we go. Ooh, look at that. Now you have a weird lumpy. Just come up with a way to make the one side, you know, away from the torso. And then that could be a very successful piece of jewelry. Now, I mean, you know, it's dangerous, but, you know, anyone who's going to wear this isn't really particularly caring about that, if you know what I mean. Or you can do this and frame it. Let's say you do W. Boop. Cylinder. Oops. That's a more important curve. Right, and just by doing that, you've made that 10,000 times safer because this is going to ride against the body. Does that make sense? So, yeah, you could easily turn it into a piece of jewelry. What are we polygrouping?
Cena asked how you could mask all the bones.
By hand. Now, you could like come in and try to mask by cavity or mask by... in your brush, there is this little area called auto masking. And there's directional, back mask, color mask, topological mask. Cavity, see, directionality is by pressure, directional mask, cavity scale, back face mask. So there are all these masking possibilities. So you can mask. If you had it painted, you can mask by polygroup. If you had polygroups, you can just hit it and hide it and mask it. So here are a bunch of different ways you can try to mask. And sometimes the cavity masking and things like that. So you mask everything that's low and then you just flip it. So there are a few ways to try to do it.
Good luck.
Right. Good luck. Good luck. One day they'll make that a smarter algorithm where it works. I mean, it works now,
Yeah.
but where it's a little bit snazzier.
I think Paul's working on the mask crazy fish bones button.
He should. He should.
Yeah.
I know that he's also working on the make better anatomy button. Yeah. Does that make sense? I like it. It's awesome. But especially, you know, you get it, you sculpt it symmetrically, obviously. But come in and bend it around and twist it, you know. Take advantage of some of these tools because they're awesome. Right, and so now, you know, it gets a lot more dynamic and you can do some really crazy stuff with it. Right. Get back in there and mangle those things once you get them sorted out. See, that's now a very angry predatory fish taking a turn. Look, I just made an animation for you. Any questions? No.
Doesn't seem like it.
All right. Which one's next?
Armando.
No. Which one's that?
Dragon. Dragon Armando.
Okay. Hey, I'm assuming that's our dragon.
And I'm assuming that's our Armando.
All right, Armando.
How's it going, man?
Great. Your little arms coming off of his back is absolutely hysterical.
Oh, so did you play God of War?
Did I play? Yeah. No, I didn't.
So, Stephen Oakley, the concept artist, there's this like a bunch of concepts of it, and I loved it, most of it. This one.
Uh-huh.
Let me post on Discord.
Yeah, do
the
please.
reference.
Because those are just absolutely priceless. That's hysterical.
So
Are they wings
amazing.
or are they just like arms?
So the whole concept of the dragon is
Mhm.
that he's a mountain dragon, and he didn't develop his wings. So
Uh-huh.
you could say it's a little baby arm that didn't develop.
I like it. Yeah, that's what it looked like. It was like, yeah, these aren't wings. These are my little baby arms. Does he swat with
Yeah.
them? I want to see him get in there. Like,
He would walk more like he walks more like a cat, yeah.
Mhm.
And he just like bends it, and he doesn't. He moves like a extra arm. you
Get
could
off my
say.
back, bastard! What's the God of War's name? What's the character's name?
Let me. It's an Icelandic name. Let me
Yeah, I
see if
can't
can-
remember. I was just gonna say the dragon screaming, "Oleg, off my back, bastard!" See, because doesn't he always jump on the back, hit people in the head? I think he's a very angry little dragon.
Fafnir, I guess. Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah. So yeah, I loved it. I loved the game, and then I talked to him, and he's like, "Yeah, man, you have my permission to do it." And then yeah,
Nice.
it's going slowly because I'm doing secondary projects, but it's going.
Yeah, just keep moving forward day by day.
And
He's great.
I'll
You know,
post
your base.
another photo of his mouth closed, because I spent a little bit of time doing
Hmm.
this, trying to make his mouth close properly.
Actually fit. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
nice.
And yeah,
That's hysterical. He's awesome.
I know, right? And he did like a bunch of those. Wait, let me post the.
No, you definitely got the form.
what is most concerning me is the anatomy wise, like the arms and all these things,
Mm-hmm.
like everything. It for me makes sense, but I don't know. Maybe I couldn't see something that you maybe can.
Yeah, well, let's look at what he's got here. Is there a way to zoom in here? There isn't, is there?
I think if you open the original and then maybe you can zoom on the browser, I guess.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we can do that. I just was looking for a quick.
Mm-hmm.
What's interesting because he's definitely
So that's the thing. Like this is a whole different design.
yeah.
So I choose this more hippopotamus, rhinoceros looking.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it has the feeling of the creature.
Yeah, I'm just saying he's running fast and loose with his anatomy. I mean, it's not like he's being hyper diligent about, like saying, okay, like back here, these coming up, this is very much, dog, lion, your basic rear.
Yeah.
It's not a shank. It's not a hawk. What is that called? The back leg area? Oh, that thing.
So
That damn thing.
those are
Haunch?
Haunch.
Is that
It's something
the
like
word
that.
you're looking
Yeah. All right.
Then
Not
those are some of the animals that I'm using for reference. Like some
Yeah.
lizards, eagles,
I would say,
Definitely.
do you know who Steve Lord is?
Steve Lord.
Yeah.
No.
Went to school with Steve, and Steve is an amazing sculptor. And Steve has a. I don't even know what that's going to. Hold on, let's do
How'd you spell his last name?
Lord. But he has a series of
So crazy.
like this stuff right here, where it's the breakdowns, and just even taking that picture and using it as reference, because he has like the dogs, right? And he does these, I mean, they're exquisite sculpts, and
Yeah.
he really understands anatomy. He's a major anatomy geek. So I think just doing a Google search on images of Steve Lord, I think
I'm
that
on his art station. It's so amazing.
yeah, no, he's absolutely awesome.
He's flexing for sure. So look at that. It's so amazing.
And but he has a number of pictures of animals in motion, right? And I think that he would be a pretty good reference for you, just to see how some of that stuff is hitting and forming and shaping,
Yeah.
because you can really see how it's pinching under, and he's just really one of the, just a great, what is it, anonymist.
Do you
But-
know how long this guy has been living this? Like
Well,
sculpting and
but when ZBrush about 16, 17 years. I mean, he's, he was there at the beginning with his, but I went to Cal Arts with him. He was
shit.
one of my friends at school, and he was an animator, so his animation stuff really, but if I don't know if he has, I don't know if they're just like videos you can download, but how he starts to flush and break out the animals and thinking about the poses with bones, he's a very good teacher, and he's a brilliant, he's a brilliant sculptor in general. I mean, it's not just
yeah.
animals. I mean,
His work talks about this.
yeah, but like, here's a really good example of the different positions and the flexing of the back leg. I think that if you kind of just browse through pictures of his work and find a handful of, I mean, where'd it go? there.
Oh, is that his dragon?
Yeah. But you know, you can see how he's incorporating fantasy anatomy with, you know, with actual anatomy. So I would take a look at his work, because he's, well, just he's brilliant.
I think what the concept artist wanted to do with this dragon, the one that I'm doing,
Uh-huh.
he makes it a little bit of the human anatomy for the deltoids,
Mm-hmm.
going closer to the hands, and then the hands is an eagled kind of hand, but more fat.
Yeah.
We say that he holds upon those 3 fingers, and then there's like the extron, which is like the extra finger that the dogs usually have. That doesn't do anything; it's just there, like hanging.
Mm-hmm.
So I tried to figure it out, but this Steve Lord will help me a lot for the.
Yeah, because you can see here that he incorporates quite a bit of human anatomy in these hands.
Yeah.
Go away. No, I don't want
Mixing of tiger and human anatomy. So cool.
Yeah. But you can see how the pecs are acting, you know, in a very similar way. But then he does the weird, just sci-fi goofiness. But because he understands anatomy, he can make that sci-fi goofiness actually
Makes sense.
Yeah, yeah. So I would say look at some of his stuff. And if you can see the videos about how he blocks out, does he have Steve Lord YouTube? I can't imagine that he doesn't. Yeah, and like he really goes into showing you how to use photo reference. It's good. He's just ridiculously talented.
Being like based on Carlos Fuente for my creatures,
Uh-huh.
and then now seeing this guy, I think I can have like a balance of super exaggerated
Yeah.
deltoids and the prezius, and now the real looking anatomy. This will be very handy, man.
Without a doubt. And I would say, once again, I mean, it's so funny. Now I'm like self-conscious about it. But I do, have you seen or used Anatomy for Sculptors?
Oh, yeah. I use anatomy for sculptures, and then what is the name of the other?
Well, Bridgman is like super exaggerated. He's like their breakdown stuff really came from Bridgman. And the guy who does the, what is it? It has dynamic in it too, or something, doesn't it? It's like dynamic posing, or it's the one that's a lot more organic-y or swirly. I can't even think. Hell if I know. I can't remember my own name, let alone someone else's. But I was going to say the dynamic or the anatomy for sculpture. Yeah, I think it's called Dynamic Anatomy. The other guys.
I use those 2 books as well. The one by Valeria
Yeah.
L. Install, and then the Sarah Steamboat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just think that using the actual photographs in the Anatomy for Sculptors is just such a powerful tool, because you can see, like the one about the faces, you know, because really the muscles in the face don't give you the contour. It's the fat in the face that gives you the shape of the face, you know, and seeing how the substructure works, but how that translates into what you're actually seeing. It's a fascinating set of stuff. Yeah, I think looking at Steve's work will help you a lot.
Steve, yeah, oh yeah. It will be very nice to dig down and trying to break it down. Because
I'll tell you, you know, basically what you need is more time. You know what I mean? Because you've got your structure, you're slowly building in your anatomy, you're figuring out your surface detail, you know, and you know.
Yeah, so if there's subdivisions, it's on the lowest. On the body, I mean. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm just no body.
I don't know why you went to the lowest.
Yeah, gosh only knows. Yeah, and because I think we're starting to defy a little gravity in here, right? We lose weight or the weightiness of the meat here. This looks a little self-supported. And that just comes down to, getting something like, turn my gravity strength up, point my gravity down. Let's point it out just a touch.
So, if you see on the reference, this seems to be some sort of like super hard skinned,
Mm-hmm.
and then it goes to, I think it looks like a ore skin, like a super tin.
Right. Let's look. Oh, wrong thing altogether, Tomas. Yeah, but see how you're having less wrinkles up here? It's tighter here, and then it gets wrinkles as it goes down. Like, it gets heavier. Right? See, this is fairly tight, and then you get the wrinkles. Where in here, you're having the wrinkles up here. Now, hold on. I'm just going to just smooth this little area out just a touch. So he has that. I don't even know what brush to use for here. This is sort of he has sort of that crinkly stuff kind of going, and then as it goes down it gets deeper. So let's take SK trim, let's knock this back a little, and then I'm just going to use the cloth with gravity, and then as it comes down, softer, and then it kind of I need a bigger brush. Right, and it has sort of this chibby-chabby going, but they definitely get darker as they come down. So the directionality or the weight of the meat is still flopping. You see what I mean? See how it's tight here, and then it gets looser and baggier there. And even if it's even down here, you can see that he's getting darker down here, and it's tighter up here. So there's a little bit more of that kind of meat hanging off the surface. And these are obviously big features, but I think you just need to get a little bit more of that sort of weighted scrotum-y thing going where, it's tight up here, and then, it gets flaccid, more flaccid, and a little bit lumpier.
Any animal in mind that I could look up for something to get a base into it, or do you think
I'm sorry, one more time. You're a little low there.
Sorry. Do you know any animal that would have like these features that I could get a base on?
Maybe some of the larger. See, the Komodo's still very stiff. It doesn't really
Thick skin, right?
like elephant. Maybe I think an elephant might have some looser skin going. Let's see.
Yeah, close to the chin and the mouth.
Yeah. Here, that's a good example. See how it's tighter up here and then it weights?
Yeah, that's the one I'm looking at.
Yeah.
Mm.
And like even here you're seeing a little bit of it here.
Let's see.
Yeah, I think actually that's probably the best image there.
That's pretty easier to understand. Yeah. So the closer it is to movements, more wrinkles, and then fades away to.
Yeah, because it's stretching and there's tension there.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that might be the best pick I've seen just right off the bat. Yeah, I think that's kind of what you want to be looking for. Where your grain's tighter. And then it kind of... Because, that's,
Beautiful.
3-4 inches thick there. That's not soft,
Yeah.
flappy meat. Yeah, I think that's more what you want to see down there. Because when you had it up here, you have this, you had this thing kind of,
Yeah, only like 2 folds of meat or skin, I would say.
yeah, these were kind of doing that. And it's like, well, what's making that happen where, you can
After
have,
you're showing me this, it doesn't make any sense. Yeah.
you can get that roughness and then, yeah. And kind of, because this is extra meat, right? It's just kind of hanging.
Try to copy close to his throat, iguanas, like the
Mm-hmm.
lizard.
Exactly. Some of the iguanas are, any of the big lizards, have similar things. You have, right, it's tight and then it kind of comes down and it turns into that sort of floppiness.
Yeah.
Right. You can see how it's tight here and then it turns into the floppy. That's a crazy looking bugger right there, isn't it?
Oh yeah. I think if you see on Discord, and I have some images that I try to get based on to get closer to.
Yeah, actually, right there. This stuff here.
Oh yeah. So beautiful.
Yeah. I think that's kind of more of the meat you're probably looking. Yeah, that, right? Where it's starting to fold, like this right here.
Mm-hmm.
I would say elephants and big lizards. I want an opal chin cheek thing. That's rad.
Look at that.
Isn't that crazy? Okay.
This little tiny dragon.
I know. And that comes back down to places like this is too. And this is where I think with the big lizards and stuff, the gravity really works well because it gives you that sort of directionality and the, it lets you kind of get that. And this is too thin and poochy, but
more with the skin.
but come back in and inflate it and you can get sort of that weird lumpiness to it. And those weird like little snake wiggly things. Yeah, all right. No, I think you're killing it. I think it's, like I said, I just see time. And,
Yeah.
definitely bring it back and let's look at it because, that's a simple anatomy thing to catch. But when you're looking at it all the time, you miss things like that. It's easy. I think this is too small, right? I don't think you need that much chatter in there. I think it could become bigger, bolder forms, but I think that's what you're shooting for. Looking awesome.
Thank you very much, man.
Of course. I'm here every week.
Cheers.
Cheers. It looks great.
Thank you, man. That's pretty good to you.
All right, who's next?
Mauricio. Mauricio. That's how you pronounce that.
Does it have a title?
Critique section.
Do we have any idea what it is?
Let me open it up. It is the superhero.
Okay, Rogue and Gambit. It's this one. This
Mm,
one. Or
it's just a man.
okay,
One man.
so it's this one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh yeah, yep, Mauricio. Is Mauricio here? No, don't autosave. Okay, I guess you're gonna autosave.
Yes, I think they are here. I think they are Yugi Shop. Yes, they are.
Ruh-roh. Your anatomy reminds me of, or this character really reminds me of, the Baron. It's like a name for aristocracy. He did a bunch of illustrations in heavy metal. Gosh, what is the name of that? I have like Barons in my head. Like the name of the book is like The Barons, but it's a longer word. The word's about that long, maybe 8, 9, 11 letters. Can't think of it. See it in my head though. This reminds me of that a lot. You know, stylistically, you have this bubbly, you know, sort of separated anatomy. So, you know, stylistically, looks great. You know, the style's wonderful. This stuff around the hands and stuff is really a lot of fun. You know, because for realism, this is overblown, but in this style, it looks fantastic. It's just super fun. Gosh, that's going to now make me absolutely crazy. Remind me to dig the book out of my bookcase and I'll find out. I'll remember what the name is when I pull it out. Well, I won't remember it, but I will pull it out. I think his forearm is short. Right. And I know whenever you get bulky, it's always hard to tell, but I just feel like I'm missing just a touch of length, like in here. Yeah, I think his forearm's a little short. Because I think both of so the forearm and this thigh I think are short, because you're foreshadowing them, or not, forced perspective. They are forced perspective because they're kind of looking at you. And I think for some reason you've... let's check. Y. W. Y. Hello. So we have from buttocks to knee, 0.7. And let's go from buttocks to knee, 0.65. Interesting. 0.7. 0.78. It's a little shorter, but not enough to say it's short. That's interesting. So I think what is bothering me is that his buttocks have moved a little. I don't know why that thigh is looking a little short too. 0.15. I mean 0.51, that's 0.5. Yeah, it's close. I don't know. It's weird. That's looking just a little short. So let's measure these forearms, because if we're going from center delt to elbow is 0.5. It's 0.4. Yeah, the forearms are short. Yeah, thank you, Jordowski. That's exactly who I was thinking of. So what's the name of the books? It's not the Baronship or the Baronet. What's the name of that series? I hate when I have it right here and it's not there. Because like even the facial expressions and stuff are really reminiscent of... Hold on. Sorry.
Meta Barons.
So there was Barons in it. Okay. See, I was that close. How many letters are in Meta Barons? 11?
9.
Oh, see, I can't count. I was right. See? I said 9 to 11.
3, 4.
Sounds like Barons.
Might be 10. 1, 2,
Yeah.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's 10.
Yeah.
10 letters.
Damn. You go, Aaron. So you sort of where the palms are in the hands, like here, that's where the wrist should be. So just make sure you get this, because like from here, this is just cramped. Here, let's... No, W to Y off to Q. Yeah, I think just getting a little bit extra length in those hands is going to help you, or in those wrists is going to help you a lot. The face is great, and toning down the, and I don't mean lumpy is a bad thing, that lumpy detail, toning it down so you have a nice facial expression, but by punching the brow up a little, it ties it in nicely. Yeah, it's great. You're killing it. Forearms are short. His feet are a little lumpy. No. I know. I also think, I want to say that his torso may be low, short. Maybe his head's too big? Let's see. Yeah, I think his head's just a touch too big. No, that looks a little silly. So he's not 8 head lengths tall. But there's, hold on, let's hide this. Maybe this is just throwing me for, okay, that's it. Not being able to see his waist was kind of throwing me for a loop. Still think his head's just a little big. Because if you take his head and use it as a measurement this way, you're coming out over, because you're roughly 2 off, right? And I mean, just look at how wide he is off of that. I think his head's just a touch too big. I think that's a little better, and I didn't change it much. I think that's a little bit more in scale. And also, and once again, might be a character decision, ignore me, but I think he could use a little bit more depth in his face. I think his face just flattened out a little. But once again, if the design's flat face, then so be it. I'm not. My eyes are just looking at things, and I think. Yeah. Because see, that gives you a better 3/4. If you drop that cheek back, the 3/4 making his face look flat. Once again, if he's designed with a flat face, ignore me. Well, you can ignore me whether he's not. Yeah, these are a little proud too. Because these shouldn't be in front of the abs. Right, see, by these being so far front, it makes the abs look like they're caved in a touch. Okay, I turned something, yeah. Yep, so I think the head's a little big. I think you can make the face a little deeper just so your 3/4 are better. It's tricky. The head thing, I'm not, something's bothering about the head size. Futz around with that. I don't know if I'm necessarily right here, but I think that the thighs are so overblown that it makes his head look smaller. It makes us, you know what I mean? So like, because even heroic, and not that it's you know, once again, it's a character design decision. I'm not saying, oh, the legs are too big. I'm just saying that the legs are ginormous in, you know, regular, because you got to figure in even just heroic anatomy, you're dealing with something like that. And that changes the shapes and how they come together. And that's what's kind of throwing me off with the arm links and things like that. So I'm trying to see through the silhouettes. Yeah, I'm going to stick with the head was too big. The forearms are definitely too short, right? Make those a little longer. Because that's not a character thing. That just, see, like here, he just looks like he has these little stumpy forearms. He got little hands. Yeah, and then just push the stuff around the abdomen back so you can actually see the abs, right? Because they were pretty proud. All right, I think that's what I got. What do you think? Well, I mean, you know, it's funny because some of that head shape stuff and things like that are, I mean, that's the character, you know, and so that's where it's hard to say, oh, this is, like, you can't talk about real anatomy on this character because it's dramatically overblown. And that's a decision. It's just that you can say that the forearm's too short, right? You know, you can measure it, it's too short. So, you know, it's hard to say, like, you know, by pushing the mouth back, well, that ruins the flat face. If the flat face is actually the character you're going for, then that's the thing about non-realistic anatomy. I mean, I can compare it to real anatomy, but that's not necessarily what he's trying to do. So because like if you've ever seen or read the Metabarons, this is really in that vocabulary. I don't know if Yugi did, or your name's not Yugi, that's just true. What's his name? Mauricio. Have you read the Metabarons? Tchaikovsky's thing? If you haven't, look it up because it's right up your street. You'll love it. I'm so glad that someone pulled that out because that was going to drive me nuts. Alrighty. Do you have any last questions? Oh, you have to, hold on. Come on, show me some of the... They have like these like sort of powery armory suits, but it's really the anatomy stuff. Where's all the anatomy? They're not giving us a very good breakthrough, but a lot of the, you know, it has a lot of this linear wrapping and stuff, and it's very overblown anatomy. But there's also, because it was done in like the early 70s, I think, late 70s, early 80s. But you can see that like his anatomy is like super blown out. I don't know. It just has. It has, yeah. See, like your visual rhythms are really reminiscent of this for me. This is such a great series of books. Man, heavy metal was all about it. I mean, just some of the greats. But you see what I mean? He has that sort of lumpy... All right. The guy looks like he's from there, trust me. Okay, who's next?
Jacob is next. He has 3 renders and his ETL. It's the one that looks like a watch, or
Yep.
that is a watch. I suggest you do look at the renders
Yep.
first, because some pieces are transparent, and we can't
Yeah,
tell that.
I would assume. Okay. Did we not open those up? I could have sworn I opened it.
They would have been in an earlier group than you see the ZTL file.
Yeah. Here we go. Ah, very nice. Very cool. All right, let's see what we got here. So I'm going to hide the crystal. Where's the crystal? Okay. Did you use the font to create the numbers, or did you use alphas? Could you find Beauvais font? That's the question.
I'm not sure if they're still here.
Too bad. Come on, dude. I hate, something's happened and I don't like it. Don't like it at all.
You have that backplate uneyeballed, but you still have it selected, so it's still going to show up.
See, I think that's always my problem, isn't it?
Yes.
Oh, look at you. You only did the stuff that shows. I see how you are. What? You didn't thread your own screws? Oh, you're an underachiever watchmaker. No, I'm totally kidding. I'm totally kidding. Ignore me. Actually, your alligator looks great. Or crocodile, whatever. I think it's alligator, though.
Same thing.
Oh my god! Yeah. You tell that to Eric about a jumping spider and a black widow. They're the same thing.
No, I mean, those might be different. Alligators and crocodiles, same thing. One's a little salty. That's it.
That's a big difference.
Nope, not really.
Big difference. One has a little bubbly nose, the other one's a little flatter.
Okay, salty and a nose job.
Salty nose job. Just like
Not
everyone
enough.
else I know who got a nose job. Your textures are good. No, it's lovely. Honestly. I mean, I'm not really seeing anything that screams out to me that's... Do this because, I mean, obviously it's a rendering model and the renders are great. If you had specific questions, feel free to ask or go into Discord and ask, and we're always there. I like these models. These are cool. If this is the one I think it is, the bail's a little off to be, like, you can take it off and it's a pocket watch as well. Like this twists out.
I wondered why that looked like that.
It might have been an Omega, but it looks like it's that one, right? Where that comes off. This twists. They usually twist out, and then that's the bail, but the bail's a little thick to be a bail. Like, this hole isn't big enough to clip a chain into, so it might not actually do that. But it's definitely based on one of the watches that does. I know that Omega made one. Yeah, I mean, honestly... It looks great. I mean, the renderings look great. You killed it. I'm not really seeing anything I could say. Except you didn't do the watch mechanism. Okay. Who's next? Oh, yeah.
Genesis Asus, Gambit Rogue.
Okay. That is this one. Boop. And let's turn our paint off. Because I don't care about paint.
And they are here.
Great.
Do you have an interest in joining in the voice chat, Genesis Asus?
Please do.
Wow. Yes, in Discord. You don't have to.
Don't be
Okay.
shy.
Yeah, they're at work.
Oh, okay, fine.
All right, just let us know if you have any questions or comments.
I can't remember who we were talking to earlier, but this is a pretty good example of, see how the creases are up here in front of the torso? Right. Because, and if she brought this leg up higher, this wouldn't travel back here. It would just become a bigger meat hawk here and travel down and under. So this is a pretty good, see, it's not infringing into those muscle groups. Your textures are great. Your poses are nice. I'm assuming that's a glove, isn't it? Yeah. You may want to give just a little bit of indication in here. Like in here that this is, because you have this nice, but it's following the anatomy tight, but the anatomy's a little wonky. Like the thumb is a little humpy here. Right, you're missing sort of this meat in here. And usually you get a little bit more meat there. So your hand's just a little out of touch. And I'd like to see a little bit of leather stretching in here, or, you know, just give some inclination that there's tension here since that's open. You know, because you're going to get that kind of thing going. This is more of a plane than a hump here.
They also want to focus on whether the anatomy and pose look natural.
Yeah, that's where we're... No, the pose is actually rather nice. It looks good. Like I said, I think this hand's just a little lumpy. Because, see, you got some of the implication of the texture of the glove here. But unless these are like winterized gloves or there's some thickness to the gloves, I think we lose a little too much anatomy. Like around the knuckles, especially patrol gloves. Yeah, see these. See, this is the thing. If they're like this, they have a little bit more padding, right? If they're just the thin leather gloves, when... Come on. See, these are padded, and that takes on that. You lose the anatomy in it, right? but I know they're called patrol glove. Yeah, here. But if it's thin leather, you see how the knuckles will actually show. And these are actually, once again, these are padded too. But even here, you can see the definition of the knuckle as it's tensing around. Here. Once again, you can sort of see like where it's hitting the knuckles. That anatomy shows through that thin leather a little more. So I think that here, if you find a few places where, see how you can see the knuckles actually through that, you get to see the knuckles here and that inclination of that meat movement in there. Here, see how the knuckle, that hard surface under the leather glove, you can see you get a point there. I mean, you can see that stretch. You can almost see the entire knuckles there. They're stretching over the knuckles. I think finding a few points where you're stretching over the hard parts will be, right? See how they're soft here? Just find a little bit, because right now it's just, I define it a little more because because everything else is so crisp and tight. And these just seem a little soft. Right, you're losing just find these points where you can peek in that anatomy a little bit more. And I know that this isn't a fist, but I think it's going to help because, like I said, everything is so tight and clean. And this may actually be what's happening in the actual glove, but the hands start to look a little bit tubular, and I think you want to avoid that because, especially in the hand gestures, if they're round, you're losing, especially with her, some of that femininity of the curve of the fingers and stuff. I would try to make them a little bit more, especially on her, a little bit sharper, a little sleeker. It'll just read better. The expression's great, the poses are great, the anatomy's looking good, your fabric looks good, you have folds in the right places. Yeah, your fabric looks good. There's a little wonky right there. This curve. These two curves wouldn't intersect like that. That's a little... I'd have to sit down and really wrap my head around it, but that curve right there is funny. How this is this and then this is this, because these are caused by breakage, right? And what I mean by breakage is when the surface tension breaks, you get folds. Obviously, this is a little thick, right? You know, it's not like a lace top. It has some thickness to it. So I just think... Instead of this being, so right now what you have is the gravity of the curve is kind of coming this way, but it's not draping, right? It's being crushed. So you'd get things that are doing a little bit more like that, I think, if that makes any sense. I think grab like a baseball coat or something and push it up and just look at what happens when you scrunch something up, right? You're no longer getting the drapes coming from here and down. It's scrunching up and over here. I think this is a little thicker, but when you push this up, see how it becomes accordion-y? And it's not drapey this way. So I think that this is a little too, as if the gravity were coming off the shoulder and down, but when you push this up, it really becomes an accordion and the directionality changes in how that pinches. So grab something that's close to the weight. Did you see that? Oh, you can't see crap, can you? It's totally black. Well, I think you'll get the experiment. See, this is closer because, see, it appears to be accordioning together. Where here, this looks like this is actually, like it's draping off the shoulder, right? It's coming here, and then it's kind of coming here and coming here. It wouldn't do that. It would be accordioning this way. I would probably put a little bit, well, I don't know, you know, because you could solve a lot of that with paint. Once again, everything's so nice, crisp and sharp. I'd crisp my flame up a little. The hair's beautiful, works great. You're not going over, you know, everybody's sort of in its place. Good call. All right, let's look at Gambit.
There's a funny rectangle under her left arm that I'm curious about too.
This right here? Or in the clothes?
Yeah, no, that's her right arm. The arm that's folded up holding the flaming card.
Mm.
And it might have been part of the clothes. But like underneath it from the back. Yeah, right there at the bottom.
Right here? Oh,
Yeah.
that?
On the sleeve of the jacket.
Right, this stuff right.
Yeah. No, lower. Yeah, there you go.
Like right here. Yeah, no, that's my whole point. This is wonky.
Well, I mean, like, there's a very hard surface, like subtool that looks like it was meant to be deleted or something.
Yeah, this right here. Oh yeah, no, I don't think that's supposed to be there at all.
Okay.
That?
Yeah, I mean, with you asking that with the 40-second delay, it's really hard for me to. Yeah, okay. Now it's gone.
Yeah. Because see, this is the other thing here. This is supposed to be pinching up. So this wouldn't be pushing into this. It would be pulling down on it, right? So this isn't hard, right? So it wouldn't be pushing up under that. And I understand you kind of want to keep your X button. Like I said, grab a sweatshirt, push it up, take a picture of it, and kind of analyze what's going on. Because you got confused, and you have sort of this nice draping from this point, and then you're trying to push this up, but this is just a little too floppy softy, I think. Because this side makes total sense, right? These are starting to get accordioned. It's pushing up. It's accordioning up. It's accordioning. All right. Yeah, no, I was just ignoring that hard surface because I figured that's what that was.
I wanted to see if she had a pack of cigarettes rolled up in her sleeve or something. I didn't know what it was.
Well, I had turned it on and off, and I thought I turned all of them on, and it came on. I was like, oh, that was my doing. This stuff's nice. The anatomy looks good. I'm hoping that's squished like that because he's wearing boots. I was like, you did some really weird things with his feet right here.
Needs a bigger size boot.
Right? That looks good. And now let's turn on his clothes. Your scenes are nice and convincing. Now, the only thing I would think of, or only thing I would say here, is that when you're doing garmenting, right? If you have this cut in here, these are darts, or they're put there because you can't find a piece of leather that big, right? So, and you've taken the time to put these seams into it. I'm going to make wagers that there is going to be either these have the seams in them as well. No, that is not. That was twist. Okay. right? Or you have the main seam, right? Well, you probably still have the main seam. But, you know, look at long coats. It's often hard to get leather this big. So you've taken the time to put seams up here. Think about what's actually happening down here and tell me if you need seams or not. I don't know. I haven't. Because I think, once again, I think you jam this sort of in here. And if you were to straighten this out right now, like the waves aren't deep enough to have enough surface for that to go around his body. See, because you push this back, right? And this is kind of pushed up. And this is pushed back. But you're not really, like, if this were pushed back, this would be a deeper cut, because you got to make sure. I wish we could measure it on the surface, right? Tap, 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 and get the surface measurement. Because I think if you tapped around that and then you start it here and tapped around here, I guarantee you that, oops, hide over, come on. There we go. I will make wagers that this measurement is more than this measurement. Right, you're implying this is wrinkling back and under, but look, there's just not enough material here to actually be that width crunched back. Like, you wouldn't be able to see that. That would actually be a real curve. That would be a real curve. This is a real curve, and that's a real curve. Because, do you see what I'm saying? There has to, I know that wasn't very useful, but right, this would be actually doing, right, you would get those being actual cutbacks as opposed to just implied, because you just don't have enough surface material there. All right. The boots are nice, the panel's nice. Other than that, I think it's awesome. The hair's great. You're really good at this hair.
Genesis wants me to let you know that he's losing his friggin' mind right now.
Why?
Because you're right.
Oh. Well, I usually am. No, I'm totally joking. No, but you know, it's beautiful. It's a great sculpt. His forearm's too short. Everyone does this. This is a very, very, very common thing to do. And that is when you are trying to get a camera angle or a camera view, right? You just make the arm shorter, but you really need to get that and knock it down and just make sure, because look, you know, you got, I think just by putting it in red, it'll become very clear. Right, forearm's too short. And that's because it looks right at this angle. But what you have to do is you have to make sure that you drop that elbow back and in. You can keep the same silhouette, but it's not just, you know, you are foreshortening. So if this has to be in front of the body, it means the elbow has to drop back. And so, you know, it's a very simple fix by right? That's all you're doing. And now your forearm's the same length as your back arm. Your silhouette does, if your silhouette's off, you just put it back into the position it was. And now that's where that's happening. Because, see, that's much closer. Right? So form's too short. And let's see, anything else really quick? Those are the things that are standing out. Yeah, see, because like that's pushing back and over. No, I don't want that save. All right. Yeah, if only I could get a YouTube following. I guess I have to make YouTube content, don't I?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to put it on the ZBJW channel. Probably. Or both.
We should probably do both to begin with, just because I do have people there.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Isn't that how you deal with it?
I think that's how you deal with it. You just post to both.
Yeah. Did we say, yeah. Because see here, right, look at how that's just pushing that up. But see how deep that curve is? Well, think about it. That fabric would be pushing way back up in here. And then that would be coming and folding back over. Right, it's not just a... yeah, I'm a legend. Look at that crap. But, you know, my point is that this would turn into a shape that's doing that. It's not just dimpling it. So make sure you get the surface right, you know, so you actually have enough to be the front, because it kind of now looks like it's turning into a little bird tail. And let's look at everybody all together again. I would say she wants to be a little bit more on the hand, you know, so she's, because right now she's floating. And I might actually push her back a little, only because these do not look like they are floating legs. They look like it looks as if this is resting on this shelf. And when I say, because both of the legs have tension up, it might be solved by just letting me see this leg resting on two different areas that are, yeah, I think maybe, did I move her? She might be just sitting up off that hand. I think she wants to kind of scoot in on the hand and down so her legs are supported. Because right now she's balancing on the back of her buttocks. And this is, right, there's tension in that. That's not just dropping. You know, it's not like she's sitting casually on the thing. She's sort of sitting like, and she's off the thing. Where if this were more relaxed, you would have less tension in that pose. So I'm thinking that she needs to move back on the hand and like find places for her heels to tap, or figure out how to get those to look. See, they're not hanging because they're both at this angle. If they were just hanging, right? I think the hand needs to be here supporting the leg at that position. And then if this were hanging, let's look at 90 degrees, right? You can't hang at, oh, I can't use Lazy Mizumi and this tool together. That's really annoying. But let's try to draw as 90 as possible. You see what I mean? Like, she has her legs back at this angle, so it looks like they're under tension. Right? So, but if her heel were on, whoa, stop that. if her heel were on that ledge, that would explain how she can have her leg at an angle like this and still be relaxed, right? Because if she were just sitting there kicking her legs would eventually hang at 90, right? And they're not. They're both kind of cocked in this direction. So they would be a little bit more like that. And I think that might solve that here. Other things on that layer. Oh, that's a body. Okay, hold on. Let me hide that layer. Do you see how that seems like it's a little bit more sitting? I think for her legs to be up that high, she has to be using muscles. So she's not sitting on the hand. So the easiest way to deal with that would be to merely do and I know this, I'm not taking the whole hand into consideration. I'm just showing you. Right, because now that leg makes sense because it is being supported at that unnatural angle by the hand. Right, see now that looks much more relaxed because one, it's hanging at 90, and two, her legs support it. She's not trying to hold her body up. Now she's the invisible girl. Wow, we switched the Fantastic Four that quick. It's incredible how that happens. Do you see what I mean though? That gap doesn't make... Yeah. All right. I think those are the things that I saw. Do we have any other people? We have at least one more, right?
Oh, we've got quite a few more.
Oh, well, we might have to shift to next week. How long can you hold out?
I'm okay.
Okay. Well, you tell me how we're doing.
So Matt is next, and Matt equal. Oh, let me find
This
that name again. Alpha Matt. Alpha Matt in chat is Matt.
Awesome. Okay, that's just great. That's funny. I love it. That's not yours? It says Matt. Didn't it? Am I just completely hallucinating?
No, Practice Architect.
I thought we downloaded it.
We definitely did. Oh, no, when I open this file, yeah, this is the one that's next. Oh, M-A-T-T, not M-A-T-T-E, Matt.
I don't think I have it loaded.
No, it's the one that you had, the eyeball face.
This one.
Yeah.
Didn't this say Matt somewhere in here? Yeah, there it is. Matt, Practice Architect. So I have the right guy.
Different Matt.
All right, sorry, Alpha Matt. Didn't we already do alpha matte?
No,
All right, I'm so confused.
they are next.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
Alpha Matte, you are actually next. Next. Sorry for the confusion. Cena, you are in the queue.
All right. I like it. Sort of Attack on Titan anatomy. The only thing anatomically, because once again, stylized anatomy is what it is. But I will say that, come on. The only thing that's really overtly bothering me is that these tendons aren't that proud. Right? There's actually nothing in there. That's all airspace. And then that explains why this is straight. Because, right, this goes at the same angle as the abs do. Because this actually is the lower abs below the navel. It's kind of doing that. Your tendons will come from there, and then your package is down in there. And that changes where those come out, right? These are actually coming kind of from back in here. All right, that's messy. I'm not even going to deal with anatomy. But, right, that comes from back and inside there. It's not. It's a little bit more like that. And once again, your bicep is actually, don't try to put airspace in there, right? Because this is pinching, that is going up and under the pec. The pec is kind of coming over, and the delta is coming over. So that becomes like a three-planey thing, right? See how that helps? And then what that allows you to do is bring these shoulders actually in line. See, it doesn't look like the arms are disembodied now. Yeah, it's just, remember that your armpit really comes down to sort of this Y, right? Your deltoid, your pec, and then your bicep is actually coming up in there. Right? There's almost never airspace in there, right? You got a bunch of different muscles that are going there. So very rarely do you see airspace in there. All right. I like the sort of really organic Attack on Titan sort of anatomy, and then you transition into this really crisp sort of ghosty, mechanically fabricy weirdness. Is rad. His big ghost hands. It's just priceless. I like it. Looks great. I would say the only thing, fix the intersection with the arms and the pecs. And change this pelvic area. And you are going to be on fire. Because, we could sit here and talk about anatomy, but I think, it's that stylization you want. Your hands have broken wrists. Yeah, that's a little... There's no easy fix there, just pushing, but you can see that your hand is sort of disjointed and off a touch. Easy fix. I like it. Looks good. Anyone have any questions? Yes, he definitely wants a hug.
He definitely wants a hug.
There's where it is. From this angle. This is wrong. That arm just got strange. There are a few positional issues with this arm that you might want to play with. That's just funny. I like it. Yeah. All right. No questions? Who's next?
Alpha.
I know we have them in here somewhere. I downloaded it, I'm sure. Yeah, Alpha Matt. Is this you?
Yep, he said Frankenstein. Wants to get feedback on my anatomy and facial muscles.
If you're just starting, your anatomy's killing it. There's a little more room back here because this is a little bit, all right, I might have to go make a quickie cup of tea. No, con. I got yawny all of a sudden. I'm not really tired. I'm just yawny. I've turned into a Greek musician. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just going to reboot and I'm going to make a quick cup of tea. All right, everyone, it's a potty break time. I've been sitting here since 8. Oh, I'm old and crippled. Old, fat, broken guy. What time is the thing tomorrow?
Thing tomorrow.
Isn't tomorrow the ZBrush thing?
ZBrush thing.
The
Like they're releasing
26th. Yeah.
Oh,
Isn't there
I don't know.
something tomorrow? Or am I just completely out of my mind?
Yeah, I mean, it's past 2 in the morning, man. If there's something tomorrow, I'll figure it out tomorrow.
I haven't got an email from 3D Connections yet. I'm supposed to have a phone call meeting with them.
Hopefully not at 8.
Ugh. Hopefully not at 6. That's the last time she got me. Oh my gosh. All right. I will be right back. Oh. That commercial about how to keep you from becoming your parents, and he's like, when he sits down and everything's like, ah. Ridiculous.
I hope I'm not supposed to be entertaining right now. You know, if I could think of a funny song, I'd sing it. Instead, I will post links. You can check out Tomas's art station. That link, if you haven't joined our Discord yet, you should really join our Discord. It's completely free. We don't ask anything of you. It's just a community of jewelry designers, bench jewelers, ZBrush sculptors, just all getting together, asking and answering questions, post your work. Yeah, it's just a fun place for us to hang out. And instead of talking to us once a week on Mondays, you can get to us whenever you want. If you don't know, Tomas, along with Eric Keller, who is a guy who literally wrote the book on ZBrush, Tony Rodriguez, who is a world-renowned jeweler, and myself own a company called ZBrush Jewelry Workshops, where we teach, ZBrush fundamentals, how to make jewelry with ZBrush, sculpting. We have critique sessions like this that are for members only. We have office hours every single week where you can get on a live call with Tomas, and he'll answer all your ZBrush questions, as long as they're not about baking or UVs, because he doesn't know. But Eric does, and Eric's usually on the call, actually. So the link for that is here. And also, if you sign up to our mailing list at ZBrush Jewelry Workshop, you'll get a link to all of Tomas's brushes, his custom UI, and a free video on scale in ZBrush. Riz, we actually do have, I think, 2 or 3 videos now on 3D printing, like how to support your models, the best way to make sure that your fine details come out after decimation, that sort of thing. We have a lot more planned, and I actually just bought a Form 3 printer so I could start filming videos for the platform on 3D printing, casting, that sort of stuff. But it's not all about jewelry. Anything we teach on that platform will work for any type of ZBrush modeling, and more specifically, or more interestingly to us, any type of manufacturing. So if you want to get plastic injection molds, if you want to make eyeglasses, if you want to make lamps, tables, whatever, all of the skills function exactly the same. It's just who you send your work to when it's done. Do you send it to a casting house, or do you send it to a plastic injector? We don't have videos on human anatomy yet. I'm certain that's coming though. I don't know if that's on our list of videos. We've got 130 videos on the platform now, with I think another 120 planned this year. It's not necessarily a preset curriculum, so don't think of it like a course. It's not a course. It's kind of like you pay once and get all of Skillshare forever. So we have 2 instructors right now, and then Tony will start making videos himself later. So when you buy an all access membership, you get every video on the platform now and every video we upload later. We've got rendering courses, jewelry design, all of that. And we have a channel in a forum that's on our website that lets students decide what videos we make next. So if there's something you're really interested in, you can always ask in our office hours, which happen weekly live with Tomas.
And then we'll laugh at you. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, or you can make a request and we'll make a video about it when we get to it.
I just spilled this all over myself. All right. Sorry, you get to hang out for just a couple minutes while I sip down some tea. So we can chat for a minute.
Yeah, we do have live crit settings just like this, but they're for members only, so there's less sort of distraction. It's more one-on-one.
And I do office hours once a week for, I mean, it's a pretty good chunk of the day.
It's a work day, basically.
Yeah,
11 to 5 every Wednesday.
Yeah, 11 to 5 every Wednesday. And so, I mean, half the time no one's there. You know, I still don't think people really have wrapped their heads around the fact that I do that.
It's insane. What sort of online class that you sign up for has legitimate office hours that you can call into and just have a straight up one-on-one with the guy that owns the company to ask anything you want?
And like,
except for baking. We do not know how to bake colors into models.
Well, Eric does.
Eric does, yeah.
We might be able to get someone who does.
Eric definitely does.
Yeah, Eric has it. Well, at some point soon we'll have a physical place where we can have internships, but that's a few years down the road. I mean, you know, as far as like doing right now we're doing the crits once a month. And then I'm for within the class or within the platform.
Yeah.
We do it once a month right now just because people aren't used to it yet, I don't think. And then people are definitely not used to the office hours, but I'm not going to give up on them. I'm going to continue to do office hours because, well, it's just me sitting there working. It's not like...
Yeah. And, somebody could have an important question that they need answered.
Right. And so it, you know, but, you know, when you talk about mentoring or stuff like that, I think that's sort of the whole thing. The nice thing about the platform is that, you know, I've taught myself some specific things in ZBrush and, you know, how I developed this whole manufacturing thing. But we also have Eric there who's like, I mean, he teaches at Noman and I mean, he knows all the stuff that I don't know. And so, you know, it's just a great place. And we're always there. I mean, we're really available to everyone. So, you know, if you want mentoring in the sense of, I'll rant to you about, you know, how you should behave in public if you want. Yeah, I'm willing to give you any kind of opinion that I have a lot of them. Wow, did they actually? Wow, they actually put the stuff back in that window. I just noticed that. It's been like 6 months and everything's been sitting on the floor and the door doesn't open.
So Riz asked a really interesting question. Would you actually help people get into work? So we are actually working with Pixologic to accredit our members as jewelry designers when they're finished. So
But that means we have to
you can
figure out.
explain it better than I can.
Yeah. So in the future, we do plan to run an accreditation program, and I've been told by Pixologic that I can accredit jewelry designers, right? I mean, I'm not going to do much help accrediting someone for whatever, but like you're not going to get a job at like Blizzard through me.
This is jewelry stuff.
Right. And eventually, like I said, we want to teach a little bit more of sort of how to make toys and objects and other stuff. We do plan to expand into just pure manufacturing. And once again, just the jewelry stuff, you're learning pure manufacturing. You just then have to take it in your direction. But the accreditation will be a little different because it will be a completely different fee. And you will actually be tested. And, if you fail it the first time, that's okay. You can take it as many times as you want. But you're not going to get an accreditation until you actually pass it and know the information. And then by the time that's up and going, we will have been out in the industry, tied with Rio and having gone to trade shows and this and that, where a lot of these people who are going to be looking for ZBrushers, I have no problem saying this person knows X, Y, and Z, and I recommend them for the job. And that's a slightly easier process than starting a job board, because if it's a job board, there are lots of fake jobs. And I didn't realize what a pain in the butt a job board actually is. So through the accreditation process, we're going to have a place where people can hunt for accredited ZBrushers, right? And one of the things I want to do, because like during the ZBrush Summit this year, someone asked Mattel, well, is there a school that leads directly to you? And they were like, well, no, we just look for this. Well, I want to actually approach them and say, hey guys, give me a list of the skills that you want your new employees to have. And I want to make a video set that's tied towards, this is the skill set that these people want. And I'll try to build a little course that will direct you to that. And eventually, we're going to be out there in the world touching base with real people doing real things in the future. Because by the end of this year, we're going to have well over 200 videos about jewelry. Now, that's going to be a lot of different things, styles, and we have like 3 or 4 different styles of videos. There are projects, there's reference libraries, because the thing is this isn't a class, it's an education platform. It's a continuously updating reference world, and eventually, hopefully, it'll be a big enough community where if we don't know it, someone else does, or if you need it, someone has it, so the key is to jam this jewelry video stuff out, and then that way, really the only other jewelry videos we have to make are ones we want to, and then 2, with every upgrade, finding how those tools work for us, and that's the thing. This isn't a course. It's not a class, right? In the sense of here's 6 weeks worth of material. Here's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of videos, and you learn what you need to learn in the order you need to learn it. If you're doing something and someone needs, dog anatomy, maybe I can con Steven to doing a video for me for dog anatomy. I have all these resources, and eventually I want to start where this becomes just the one-stop shop for jewelry, or for ZBrush for manufacturing is the goal. And eventually, we will have a prototyping shop, and we will have, and then feasibly we could run it like internships and things like that. That's where we're
Uh,
headed with all this stuff. But that's, you know, I mean, that could take years.
AlphaMat, we have 2 courses on the platform already about rendering, one in ZBrush and one in Keyshot. And Eric is currently working on producing, Lord, what are the other softwares he's
Redshift.
working on? Redshift,
Is it Marmoset?
Arnold,
Arnold?
Marmoset.
I can't remember.
sounds
Something like
right.
that.
Yeah,
But I know he uses Redshift a lot.
he loves Redshift. I like Keyshot.
No Black Pixel. I want to become an art movement.
But also, yes, it will be like a technical college for jewelers, toy designers.
Well, for
wherever.
ZBrush for manufacturing, yeah.
ZBrush for manufacturing, yep.
Yeah. And the other thing, it's a lifetime membership. You know, there's no, like if you're taking a class, if you want to partake with that person live, you have to do it in the class session. And you may have access to those videos forever, but one of the things I find that I think is very important is for us to retain that in-person, having contact, you know, with the people who are doing it. I think that's just really important. It's important for us.
Tomas, did you know that Rio Grande posted an article about us today?
No, I did not.
Just posted a link to it in chat.
Whoop, whoop.
Yeah, they interviewed Tony and they interviewed you a long time ago, but I don't think they told you when the article was coming out.
Mm-mm.
All about CBJW.
Is it good?
It's pretty good, yeah.
Cool.
They definitely get what we're all about. Like that, it's not a course. It's an
It's a
ecosystem and
lifestyle.
a community. Yeah. All right. Let's
It's
get
a
back.
cult. Send
Not a
me
cult
your
yet.
dollars. I have toys to buy. Oh, that's not good. I just set my glove. I spilled water all over my glove. But luckily, look at this. I have another one. I think I have like 8 of these. He keeps updating them, so I want the new ones. So see, on this one, when he first made this was all one piece of leather. And so when you bent, it crunched. So then he created the new one where this is separate. Because the original one didn't have leather on this finger. So then he put leather on this finger. So now there's leather on this finger, or chamois, or it's like kid leather. And so
Yeah, suede kind of thing.
yeah, so that's leather. It has a space, and that's leather. And that's there. An improvement. So I bought a couple of those. And then he came out with this one,
What is the brand?
Dokiware.
I can't find my
D-O-K-I.
link.
Dokiware. And I don't know. I just find these to be, because I have one that's like 5 years old, and it's hysterical. It's all stretched out. It's like hanging off. It's really sad, but I have it. Seriously,
I've got 2 Dokiware gloves. They're great.
Yeah, they're awesome. They're really, I mean, it's funny. They're really substantially, tangibly better.
And they clean your screen while you're using it.
Yeah, it's like a screen chamois too. It's awesome. See, and you throw them in the washer, and they clean. Okay, so load tool. Download.
Finally, it's time for AlphaMat.
Da, 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 da. Well, it definitely has like old dude anatomy. I like it. Like, you know, he's kind of thicker in the waist. That's good. Oh, back to this. So this is right. All this comes to a point right here. You're real close. It's that these actually come out here a little more. There's a little bit more room in this, and this is a little flatter entering here. So there's a little bit more space here. And it doesn't really change much, but these tendons give you that tension that goes in. And then those come out. It's just not quite that pinchy. Your belly fat and stringy arms are good. Just remember that these actually go under the pec. Right? I know I just mangled that, but I think you know what I'm talking about. Don't be afraid to use gravity. So I'm using SK cloth, and I think, oh, we've crashed since then, so I'm going to change that. I'm going to my standard brush. I'm taking my lazy step up. Is it? Nope, that's way too much. Woo. No, it's 0.000035. Boop. And let's make that stronger. Let's make this a little shorter. And then we're going to turn gravity on. I'm going to point it out just a touch. So when you're doing these wrinkles, making a wrinkle brush and come in and you can futz with. I'm going to turn gravity up to 100 just so you can see what's going on. And ooh. Do you see how it turns those? They're not just humps. They actually have gravity on them. This has been decimated or something, hasn't it? Right. That'll give it a little more there. So get your, if you're doing wrinkles, see how these are cutting into your anatomical information. Come in, you know, sculpt your muscle. And I'm doing this just really dramatic so you can see what I'm saying. Right? Get your anatomy where you want it. And then come back in with your really snazzy gravity brush and go over it. Don't cut into it, because remember the meat is sitting on top of this stuff, and that's what's happening there, right? And that works in this stuff as well. I mean, this brush is huge, but you can get some of that gravity in those brushes, right? The face is looking all scraggy. He's cool. In here, I think that, here, let's tilt them down. These are bags, they're not just lines. So make sure that it is, it's the same big shape, and then you're adding wrinkles on top. So don't let it get out of your hand where it just becomes a linear thing. And what I mean by that is, you know, let's turn gravity off. We don't just come in and draw those lines like that. Make sure it's relating to the whole shape. Once again up here, I'm just using gravity because it's quick and easy, but these do have gravity, right? I mean, they are wrinkles, so they have a little bit more weight at the bottom than they do at the top. It's not just a half round, right? So your silhouettes on your wrinkles aren't they should be weighted. Does that make sense? I like your bolts. Those would probably be a little puckerier, but it doesn't look like you've worked around to it, so it's not a But gravity and clay, SK clay fill work really well together. See how that's meat lying on that surface? That's a division. And I know this is not as necessarily as melodramatic, or it's maybe necessarily more Jesus. I'm being melodramatic so you can see it. But I think that, I mean, this is actually looking pretty good here, where that's actually lying on that surface, right? So you have, kind of does that, comes down, boop, and down. You know, they're not just, there's weight to them. So make sure you have weight in your curves. And that would be very much, even if he were fit, you would definitely, if you have any of this here, you would definitely have it. It's so much, sorry. SK clay fill. Come up behind those and fill that in. Does that make sense at all? I didn't get a very big roll there. Didn't get a big roll. We need a bigger roll. Right, and just fill it in. The other interesting thing about gravity is, so you're setting your direction here, right? So I can set it like going this way. So my gravity's off to the side there. Right, you can see how it has weight going in that direction. But if you rotate it, and you'll see where, see how this is really thin now because it's pointing in that direction. So you can make like really nice, if you get the gravity at a really steep angle, you can do some really neat sort of just really thin layery things. And then as you go down, you can see it starts getting heavier because that's the directionality of the gravity. So especially when you're doing old folk wrinkle things, gravity really works great because you can set the directionality and the weight of what you want to happen. And it does some very cool stuff. And directionality of gravity is to the world. So let's say I have it set that way, and all of a sudden I want to do, you know, this. See how it's set to this direction? If I want it to be steeper, I just rolled it and see how it's sticking out more. Roll it. And see how it changes. Does that make sense? So with what you're doing, I think you should make a wrinkle brush that has gravity. And it'll give you a much more convincing old baggy stuff. Yeah, you know, the face looks great. Like I said, the only thing anatomically I see is the armpit and the back of the knees. I mean, I can start to get weirdly snickety, but I mean, it's fine. Yeah, see, it's not coming out like that. It's kind of going up and in between those. So if you take plane and give you a sort of better idea of how that's working. Right, it's not pinched in there. And I think, here we go again, anatomy for sculptors. One day I'm going to get the PDF book on here so you can, wait, that didn't work. So I can actually find the right page as opposed to me just hoping I find the picture here. Yeah, here. See how it's a much flatter intersection here? It doesn't pinch up into it. It kind of comes in and it's a much flatter sort of thingy-mabob going on there. If you're trying to do anatomy and you don't have this book, get this book. It's a good book. Because as you can see, it starts to talk about how the rotations, it shows you your insertions and origins, but it breaks it up into planes, and I think that's what makes this the most effective thing. Here, let's look at the back of his legs. Tumblr. I just want to see a picture. Yeah, that's the same thing. Okay, it's getting late. I'm falling apart here.
Getting late.
Well, it's not that late. I just got my you should think about going to bed alarm a little bit ago.
I would say it's so late it's starting to get early.
Well, that might be true. All right. Well, I think that you probably need to, but you know, you can see that this is where you spent your time and you worked your way down. This looks like an eyeball. I'd look at this little area a little bit more, but all in all, man, you're killing it. It looks great. The face is awesome. It's a good character. Okay.
Kevin is next.
All right. So I have to find that, right? Do I have to download Kevin?
It's a hand, I believe.
Oh! I saw hand. No, we downloaded that separately, didn't we?
Yeah, I think we got that one.
I know he uploaded. Oh, fine. It doesn't matter. I'll just.
Yeah, there it is. Kevin doing hand.
Yeah, but this is the Z project. This isn't the ZTL.
Oh.
And he uploaded the ZTL, but.
Oh yeah, it's not in the Pixologic folders, but it doesn't matter. You got it.
Okay, first of all, get rid of paint. I can't get rid of paint.
Sure, you don't want the ZTL.
Yeah, I need the ZTL.
You definitely have it.
All right, hold on.
It was downloaded outside of those zips, so it
Right.
shouldn't be in one of those Pixologic folders.
I just want to get rid of
Hey, and Kevin's here. Great.
his project. No, I don't want your world. It's my world. All right. Pixologic crits, downloads. I know we downloaded it.
I know we downloaded it.
All right, whatever. Here we go. Hand. Did I actually just not hit download? Look, it's checked.
Oh, that might be the case.
Do we have a ton more, or is that it?
There are actually 2 more that were submitted.
Okay, so let's... All right, just do ZTLs from now on. But
Oh, and there's EPR. So I
it's the end, so
yeah.
it doesn't
Don't
matter.
no, don't get that RAR. Don't download that RAR. Cancel that.
What?
Oh, you hit save anyway. I unrarred it for you into his ETL. It's right there, but you unrar it then.
What? Okay. We're doing the hand. Load tool.
Doing the hand.
Das Hand. There we go. See, now I don't have to look at your world. And I can get rid of your painting and we can look at your model. Okay. Well, like the detail's lovely. And actually I like how you changed up the style of your detail, right? You got brush strokes here and then you're using like the little rake here and you got a little rake. That's nice. A lot of people who do anatomy stuff just slap on a skin texture. And the problem with that is your brain, it just turns in the noise. There's just too much, right? So you did a good job there. And this is one of the hardest parts about doing hands if you're not going to use an armature, and that is not to produce broken fingers. So make sure that when you're looking down on the joints, now I have broken fingers, so it's not necessarily, see how my that's been broken. So you want to just make sure that when you're looking down on a joint, it's straight. So, it's a one directional pivot. Your fingers don't really rotate. So you want to they can pinch, but you can't get them to twist. So you want to make sure that you're viewing them just as a hinged pivot and that they don't do that, right? It's straight line. So that's just one thing to wrap your head around. All in all, those fingers are pretty good. That one was a little broken. The thumb is wonky. And I think it's wonky because you were trying to make it look good from like this view. And then as you moved it around, you moved it out of this view, right? And so this isn't here. Let me do it this way. Append. That's not it. Turn on transparency. Right, this is coming in at this angle. You have this knuckle way up here. So this finger is doing sort of this, which isn't horrible, but that knuckle shouldn't be that far out, right? Even because you're like this, right? Yeah, it should be classic, just sort of that, right? And that's pointed out. This isn't up here. This, what you have right here is the finger fat, right? It's this. The knuckle's down here, right? This isn't the knuckle. Knuckle's back down here. And you can see the other knuckle's down here, right? So it's going, So the thumb is up where the fat should be. So let's take this, bring this down, and now it's sort of pointing at the right direction. That's there. That's there. Once again, things stay in line, right? That's there. And now, this is hand meat. This is hand meat, and your knuckles here. So that keeps, right? It goes there to there to there. So you were putting that knuckle where that hand meat should be. And luckily I have really weird, I have all my hand meat, right? I have thumb muscles with that. But your knuckle is facing down and out, not, see, I can't even get my knuckle to where you had it, right? That's just not it. So that's the knuckle on the bottom edge. And that's disorienting because often you have this meat here and it looks like the peak, but it's not. This is pivoting from all the way back here. So and you got to remember that the hand, this is sort of like a flat surface here. So that hand's there, this is kind of there. And this makes, right, this is almost like a plane. Because this is the edge of the plane, right, down here. And that's a ridge, and then that's a ridge of the plane. Comes in there. And see that. Yeah, it kind of does that. The thumb sits farther back in there. Because that comes out and then your wrist sits on top of that. And that's why I like to, you know, try to think of these things. I sound like a broken record, I know it. But think of them as planes, because if they're planes, they make sense, right? If you know that this is the top plane, then that's the side. And then if that's the side, you know that this can't be the side of that plane, right? This side, that's the side. Does it make sense? Because now that's the top. That's the top. That's that membrane, right? Because this muscle, especially when the thumb is pulling in, you get that lump, and that's what's creating, you know, you have that membrane that folds up under this humpa-lumpa, right? See, you're creating, see, that's one muscle, that's the next. Your knuckles sits right in between that. Oh, yeah, you can't see. Can you see any of that? My little demos really suck. Sorry, guys. I look up and see what I'm pointing at. You guys are like, I have no idea what the hell he's doing.
Can at least mimic you and look at our own hand.
Right. But does that make a little bit more sense? I think that was really the big one. Yeah, and everything I sculpt has big fat chicken leg thumbs. Because I have big fat chicken leg thumbs. When I sculpt it every day, it's ridiculous. Like, I can flex my thumb muscles, and like they actually, you get this weird muscle right here from gripping onto things. But the only thing I've been gripping is a stylus for decades, so my big fat sculpting hands are no more. One day. And so I think that if you try to think of things as those plane surfaces, you can then say, oh, well, I know that this goes under that, so make it a plane. I know that all that goes under that, make a plane. And then when you get everything in the right place, then you can come back in and do, because your anatomical detail is really nice, right? I mean, it's convincing, it sells well, it's interesting. You just need to get things in the right place. And that's why I usually start like that. In that way, we know where we're going. And even with your hand like that, you still are getting a substantial amount of pinch in here. So don't be afraid to get those. Right, that's coming in, pinching, that's coming over, that's coming in. So whenever your hand's pseudo closed, you get pretty dramatic meat pinching in here. Jaja. So the thing that your thumb position was really the only thing that was brutal, and this finger was broken, but looking good. Oops. Definitely looking good. Any questions?
Nope.
Right on. Enzy, once again, that all comes under. Yeah. Okay, if we have no questions, forward ho! Who's next?
Sina.
Did I download these? Yeah.
You downloaded a RAR.
At 12:06? No.
Well, there's even more submissions, but we got to cut it off at some point.
Yeah. The ones we don't get to this week, we'll get. Oh, next week, actually, I might be sculpting the. What is it called? The themedy things.
The themedy thing. Mm-hmm.
The monthly themey thing.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Not the themedy thing. Mm-hmm.
Why won't that extract?
Because it's zip. It's still zipped.
Oh, that's what you were talking about. Is that what you were talking about?
I don't think you have anything installed that'll open a RAR, so I unRAR'd it for you.
Okay, let's go back to.
And while you're there, Jost re-uploaded CTLs instead of PRs. And then Jake and Danny will have to get to next time. I would just leave them where they are.
Nope. Okay. I'm not. Yeah.
It's all right. There's a lag, so I can't see what you've done until after you've done it.
I'm like, if you only told me that 30 seconds ago.
Can't see it.
Okay. Downloads. Wow. Oh, it's still downloading. I'm like, what? What do we got? Did I get an email back? Nope. No, that's really going to just confuse the hell out of them. That's not the right person I sent that email to.
Uh-oh. Files are done.
Poor Maurice is just like, what are you even talking about? Oh. Sorry, give me just 1/2 a second. I totally sent something to the wrong... I have a meeting tomorrow and I'm sending things to the wrong people.
Very productive.
Right.
I'm going to run off for a second. You know Cena is next.
Okay.
Yep.
Sorry, guys. I just... Sending it to the right person. Go. Okay. Never good when you send. See, this is why everyone should be very careful about the things they say, because I just sent an email to the wrong person, but it was totally polite and nice, so it's not a big deal, but that's how people get into trouble. Wait a minute. Did I just open that? Oh no, wrong folder. We got that. And then we have juiced. Okay. Stop it. You be quiet. All right, Sina. Oh, I've downloaded you like 13 times. Delete all. Okay. Turn off your paint. I'm going to turn your hair off for a second. This is decimated, isn't it? Yep. Okay. Scene is still there? No, the anatomy's tight. It's good. The ear, are the eyes pointing forward? Yeah. I think it's for gaming or video, and you guys put this, like, you know, the dome. In sculpture, right? I mean, like for video games and for rendering assets, I understand why you do it. But in sculpture, it is really a dangerous thing to do, because if your eyes are off even just a little bit, the dome out makes it super obvious. And so I very rarely see the dome dies for a sculpture, right? But for videos and for film and games, right, it's that translucent, so you get the subsurface scattering and it creates the lens. But whenever I see it in a three-dimensional object, it always makes me have to double take. Yeah, no, dude, it looks great. Honestly, it's nice. It's tight. The head shape's good. Still a little, I still think you have a tendency to make, the back of this tends to be a little bit wider. So that, and I'm exaggerating it, but that's what gives you this line, right? You see this, and then you see that. And you have a tendency to leave that flat, a little flatter on the sides. And once again, I did make this a little obvious so you could see that line, but think about getting that. And probably you want to bring this up here a little bit more, because I mean, there are people who have ears that do that, but most of the time when you're seeing ears, you see a little bit more height on them. So you're actually seeing a little bit of sort of that silhouette. I know I just mangled it, but I just don't have the patience to deal with the low poly and trying to get it to look right? Because, so you, oh, I have symmetry on. Okay, that's your ear. And see how this blends soft here? Turn symmetry off. Where, okay. I'm just trying to look at the silhouette this direction. But do you see what I mean? Like, usually the ear goes all the way on top, because if your ear was webbed like that, how would you ever stick glasses on that? It would just kind of fall off. So remember that the crown or the crest of the ear comes above where it connects. I think those are the only two things I see. I mean, you know, I never have much opinion on fiber hair because it's not printable. You have to bind it and stuff. So I couldn't tell you if your hair was goodly, but model looks great. You might want, and once again, this could be characters, but usually the jawbone is just a touch prouder. Right, you know, it's actually coming off there. But, I mean, you know, that's a character thing. That's not. Because Your whole face is just like a little thin. It's been a little pinched. Because these muscles, you know, it's coming up and under there, but from here, you're not really getting so much under the jaw. But all in all, I mean, the profile's great. I mean, it's not bad. Like I said, it's not negative. I just think you have a tendency to make thin faces. Do you have any specific questions? Did I lose Sina?
I haven't seen.
Okay. Well, he'll get to it.
anything.
All right, so on to
Jost.
lovely. It's almost like he's really high or really drunk. He's got like that stink eye going. He's like, that poor. He had a rough day at work, man.
I think he's investigating.
Yes, without a doubt. Let's look at your hand here. Even in stylized stuff, don't get too squirrely with the anatomy. And I know that you can rotate it around and you can get it there, but you sort of lost your pinky in the hand. So even if he's doing this, you know, look here, you still have the hand, right? Where that knuckle is happening, excuse me, is still kind of there. Play with that a little. Yeah, you don't just push the finger in. Figure out how to rotate the hand to get it in there, right? Because I just pulled it out and it didn't help it. Look at your hand. There's also a way to get... No, I'm not even going to say that because I don't know how to do it. And it'll just be a pain in the butt. There are hand mannequins in the in here somewhere. Oh, here. Hand mannequin. If you have a hard time trying to figure out where it is, you can just take that, move it real quick to the position. The nice thing about that is that set up as mannequins, those joints, you can't make them shorter or longer, right? They only pivot on their things. The lengths are locked. So that way you can figure out what's going on. They have a huge library of this stuff. Character's great. I mean, the stylization's great. The colors are funny. I mean, you know. I approved. Like I said, the only thing that's really bothering me is the hand. Yep, I think that's it. Any questions on that one? Any question? Oh yeah, there we go. And now, is this the other one? Talking this long, I think my throat's starting to. So once again, you're doing the same thing that somebody earlier. Sorry, I can't remember everyone's name. I can barely remember my name, so this stuff's a little proud because from the side you can see the abs, and then that gives the legs that shape. Okay, so here, you remember the order that they go in, right? So you have bicep, pec, deltoid. So these aren't going to infringe over that. So that's what's creating that. So your armpit's a little funny because this is pinching out in front of that. So play with that armpit a touch. It's a little wonky. And then I think the other, come on. Why is this? Oh, this 18 million polys. That's why it's doing that. It's like, why is this acting like that? Oh my God, come on. And so that also, so yeah, here's what it is. So the breast is actually, you know, a female breast and a male breast are the same except for the fat sac, right? So this, you try to get this curve going, right, to create this part of the breast. But think about what's happening there, right? You really actually have sort of this going on. That's coming over and into the armpit, or creating the armpit. That's there. Your bicep is coming out there, right? And then your delt is going over that. So that's coming in like a normal pec muscle would. And then the breast is sort of this grapefruit. Come on, Henry, where's your comment?
Waka waka Michelangelo, waka waka.
And so, you know, you were trying to get this sort of S curve, but you didn't curve it into the armpit, you just curved it straight. So just make sure that you're getting that. I know, I do breasts so well. I might as well be Michelangelo. Now everyone's going to be like, Tomas said he was as good as Michelangelo.
That sculpting women is not a compliment to oneself.
So just think about how these surfaces are interacting. And then sort of the same thing, you know, it's not concave. Those actually sit and float, and then your lats kind of come in over that. So you can see this from the front, kind of, sort of, maybe. You know, just keep the things that when they're crossing over, they cross over in the right layer. That doesn't, this is actually flat, right? Your sternum is flat, and then your rib cage comes off of it. That's the high point, not the low point. So your abs to your navel, and then your lower abs to your groin, mound, and they sort of have, right, you get the paunch, and then it kind of comes back out. So the silhouette isn't straight. And of course, you know, obviously different body weights and blah, blah, words, but it's sort of this pelvic crest. And so your back is right. So you don't want that to be straight. Kind of have rib cage, upper abs, lower abs, belly paunch, pelvic crest. So I would say, you know, just look at a little more anatomy and see how you're, but once again, this is a stylized character in all reality, so I could just be barking up the 330 tree and giving you completely erroneous and useless information. So there's nothing there. You know, I really need to get I have it on my phone. I need to get the desktop of it, the Atlas of Human Anatomy, the interactive one. Because, once again, in the groin area and like around the hip area, there's a lot of airspace in there. It's not a lot of, you know, there's organs and body parts and stuff. But where the muscles go, that transition from the waist transition is really interesting because there are only a few muscles that cross that waist area. And it's fascinating. Now let's just look at it as whole. Well, first of all, I'd make it where the breasts stay in the clothes, okay? Sorry. Let's...
That took me a second because I was like, I opened this model and she wasn't peeking out of her clothes when I was looking at it. Yeah, you did that with your Michelangelo.
I did. That's my Michelangelo coconut. What's the wind velocity with African swallow? Outside the shirt. That's what it is.
Laden or unladen.
Right. There we go. Wow, makes much more sense, right? Yeah. Again, you need a little work on the hands because you think this joint is on the wrong side of the finger. Right? You think the thumb joint. See, even when I have my hand like this, the thumb joint is not on the top. It's out here. Right? It's out. It's there. It's not here. So maybe, maybe that mannequin would. Can I open the mannequin, or is it a project? I don't want to open it because I don't want to just wipe everything out. But go in and play with that mannequin. Do you know how to use these spheres? Do you use these spheres? Just. Yeah. Open that mannequin and play with it a little, because I think you're just having some hard times visualizing and understanding what's happening with the thumb, right? You see what I mean? Like, someone took this poor gal's thumb and just broke it and twisted it around. That has to be really painful. That right there, that hurts. And this is also where, here I go, Anatomy for Sculptors, is helpful because it shows you these planes, right? It breaks the anatomy up into some simple forms. And I think that would help you a great deal. Because you got, I mean, what's funny is you have so much of this down. It's just, like, this knuckle isn't up here. It's right there, right? It's down and facing out. And that's what, because it's an opposable thumb, right? It doesn't go with these, it opposes it. So the hinge, and remember, our joints don't twist. So the only way for this to come here is that it's on a completely different pivot set, right? It's pivoting from way down here. And you have a whole set of tarsals here. And so it's coming from down here and rotating in. So first knuckle, second, third. But the pivot point's back here. Can you see that? No. You have a hand. You send me a picture in your hands, your joints are totally facing up. That would be awesome. I would have photoshopped that and sent it to me and go, I don't know what you're talking about. That would have been great. Wait, what happened? Frame. Let me smooth that out. I'll inflate it back up. It looks much more like that.
They had an accident.
Right? Like, all I know is that hurt. See, it's late enough that I want to start doing some silly things, which I'm just not about to do.
Because Michael will be logging on relatively soon.
I'm glad you pay attention to that. He doesn't stream that often, so it's like... But see, that silhouette is back out here, so the thumb is facing the complete opposite direction. Okay, I'm going to blame you for that. This is all your fault.
That's fine.
Right, bump, palm, knuckle, knuckle, knuckle. I can't even do this with a straight face. All right. Just, I think you have the idea. Play with the mannequin. Sorry, I mangled your thumbs. The face is fun. I mean, you're getting there in the fabric. On this stuff, you know, once again, these should probably have a little more weight to them. And so, you know, think, once again, just think about it simply first. You're like, what's happening? Break it out into planes. Get an idea of where and what it's going on. And then come back and do that. Because I think you just have a tendency to get into your detail and then you lose the big picture because you're working on the little picture. Do me a favor, fix the hands and then resubmit this because I'd like to spend a little more time with it, but really Michael is going to show up and we'll get yelled at if I keep going. I've done it a few times and it's never pleasant because it screws OBS up. Right, you know, pick the... Cool, cool. Oh! Right. So play with this one a little bit more and resubmit it. And yeah, I think we're going to call it an evening just so I don't infringe on Michael's time space.
What are you doing over there?
What's that? I'm trying to get my keyboard to stand up and not fall over. This is how I keep losing. I was about to say teeth on keyboard. I keep knocking my keyboard's teeth off. Poor little toothishes. All right. I do the critique sessions now 3 times a month. And if we don't have a monthly theme, so the live stream, they decided we're going to do little monthly themes. So last month I did... oh my God.
Abraham Lincoln.
Thank you. Abraham Lincoln. Oh yeah, that was a special Valentine's Day, President Day amalgamation. But
So Monday the 15th will be the next crit section.
yes,
Next week will be a themed sculpt.
yes. And then I think we actually have 5 Mondays this month. Because today's the first, right?
Today is, well, it's the second now, but yeah,
Well, yeah.
that's the first.
And so I think it plans out, or it plays out where
4 or
we
5,
have
yeah,
5.
you're right.
So we will have a full 4 sessions of critiques this month. So yeah, and I usually will try to do the live stream theme in the second week of the month. But yeah, every Monday I'm here. It's super exciting for you, I know. I can see it in your eyes.
Get here earlier if you can, because we have a queue of critiques to do, and if you find yourself at 2 in the morning our time at the end of the queue, we might not get to it.
You can. We have it in order, and Henry's far more organized than I am, so he actually knows what we've done and what we haven't done. So if you upload it, it will be there.
Yep.
For the next critique.
I have all the files in the order they were submitted, so
We tend to do things in the order of submission, just because.
yep.
Then we
Jake
don't get
will be first in
sparky
line
people.
on the 15th.
Okay, so thanks everyone for spending time with us. We will do critiques for the rest of the month. Next week is Theme Sculpt. Thanks everyone at ZBrush for allowing me to ramble on, acting like a yin-a-ding. Please check out our Discord. Please join Discord. Come look at ZBrush Jewelry Workshops. That's my education platform. No. Do I have anything else?
Buy a copy of ZBrush if you don't have it. They've got a 30-day trial you can
you're
download.
so good at that.
You can
Yeah,
also
that's-
check out Core, is very inexpensive if you just want to try it, or you can check out Core Mini, which is completely free. If
Did
wanna
you
try
put up
that.
the link to the Core Mini videos and the Core and the Core Mini videos?
Yeah, if you're using Core or Core Mini, we put out some free tutorials on both of those.
And they're
So
awesome.
okay.
Eric killed
Yep.
it on that.
Eric Keller filmed those for us.
Yeah, I don't know that I have anything else.
Nope, it's almost 4 a.m.
Yep.
I've got nothing else.
Wait a minute. I have a diatribe about Michelangelo.
All right, and I
Can
will
we
talk
look
to
at
you
those
later.
coordinates? All right. Thank you, everyone. I truly appreciate you hanging out. And at some point, well, you all don't care. I was going to say, at some point, I might shift one day a month to daytime as opposed to doing it at night, because I completely miss 3/4 of America is already in bed by the time I start streaming, and I keep getting yelled at by people on the East Coast saying, why don't you ever do this? So eventually we're going to shift to East Coast time for one stream a month at least. All right. Always safe. Always safe. I'm too old not to be safe. I'm fragile. I break myself. It's ugly. Okay. Let's go to OBS. Let's do this thing. Thank you very much, kind and gentle folk. I appreciate your time and energy. I appreciate you hanging out, and I will see you next week. Thank you, everyone at ZBrush, for your time, energy, and consideration. Everyone look forward to downloading the new ZBrush. It has all kinds of groovy stuff in it. That is tomorrow, isn't it? Am I just insane? I don't know why I think this.
Yeah, somebody else said it earlier in chat too. So it is today. We just don't know what time.
Oh, it'll be...
And it might be now. I haven't tried to upgrade ZBrush in the past 3 hours.
Oh, I should look, because then I could take it home and upgrade my ZBrush from there, because it'll take 7 weeks to download from home. All right. I think we did it all again. All right.
Say goodbye.
See you
Goodbye,
next
Tomas.